lost time, gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Championship Sunday in North America. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. We've got 4 teams remaining. We've got one title that one of them will luckily get to take home. Won't be any luck involved. They're going to earn it on the pitch against each other here. They're the 4 best teams we've got in North America right now. The Snowmen, a crazy story. We're excited to talk about it. If you missed it across the rest of the day, fit check real quick. How's everybody doing? Oh, we got 2 pocket squares going on here. Let's see. Mine's kind of dark there, the purple. The Daz got the yellow going. Championship Sunday yellow. Let's go. Lemons get the stripes.
Yeah. I'm feeling very Star Wars right now. Yeah, when we got church.
What'd you say tomorrow?
I said you just got back from church.
Well, listen, that's exactly it is Sunday. Listen, you go to church. Listen, hope you had a good sermon today. Also, I could also be dressed for somebody's funeral, and I don't know. I got a couple teams that need to go out second and third and fourth today.
I thought about that too when I put this on. I put the black on black. I just got back from a funeral. Poor who's it gonna be today? Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. It's gonna be somebody.
Space Station. Space Station field. No. G2's going down. They're finally missing the grand finals. It's going to happen today. Space Station's going to make it happen. Or we'll see if we get there. Folks, if you're just now joining us, you picked a good time to start watching some Rocket League. We are halfway through the season. We're at Open Qualifier number 4 down there underneath the red bar. We are building up hype and energy and points to qualify 4 teams here in North America through to the London Major June 20th through 23rd. You're going to want to be there. It's going to be an electric event in the Copper Box, and then all of that building up to the World Championship. Teams are accumulating points across the entire season to try and qualify for that most global of Rocket League events there. Going back to Fort Worth, Texas, taking it back to my hometown. Excited about that one. But before we get there, we got a London Major to get to, and you could be there, folks. Make sure you get your tickets if you are thinking about going. Could not recommend it enough. I mean, Lemon, if you had to pitch people on LAN, people that have never been to an esports LAN before, why should they go?
Well, I've never been to London, so I'm probably the worst person to ask.
No, esports.
Hey. Oh, esport? Well, esports fans are awesome, especially if you missed out on Copenhagen. Woo! So many Game 7s. You guys saw how exciting that was from at home. Imagine what it's like in person. So show up. You have 2 choices, go to Europe or go to Texas. So I think you could pick one of them, and one of them will be close to you.
I mean, the Earth's not that big relatively, and there's like basically 2 spots on the opposite sides, more or less. So it covers everything, right? Yeah, they're like right next to each other. Relative, it doesn't matter. Anyways, it's gonna be if you thought if you did go to Copenhagen and you thought it was loud, wait till you hear the Copper Box. It's gonna be an incredible experience. Ticketmaster.co.uk. Go check it out if you're thinking about it. Maybe just peruse a little bit, browse a little bit, see what you think there. Window shop some seats for yourself. Quarterfinals were yesterday. We played 4 best of 7s. We had 8 teams. We knocked 4 of them out. We got 4 left here. Let's talk about what happened. The top dogs absolutely rolled heads yesterday. We did not see Game 6, Bates.
We didn't see Neo Tokyo at all. I do believe that we will be seeing it today. These are the 4 best teams from the weekend without question. Snowmen, they went 3-0 in the Swiss. G2 Stride 3-0 in the Swiss as well. Gen.G 3-1, Space Station 3-1. Space Station's only lost to G2. Gen.G's only lost to Snowmen. It's good. We're set for a great championship Sunday.
Oh, I mean, Dazzer, by the recap that Bates just gave us here, I mean, we should have a G2 Snowmen finals.
I don't think anybody wants to see that. maybe Snowmen fans want to see that, but everybody knows, listen, that was Friday. We had matches yesterday, and everybody was a little concerned, but again, we saw that Rebellion Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing matchup, and Gen.G showed up and showed out 4-0 domination. Them and G2 the only teams that swept. Everybody at least dropped a game. That's all I got to say going into today. Expect the unexpected.
I mean, but Snowmen are in Championship Sunday, Lemon. That's all I'm noticing. The blizzard continues to roll here.
Oh my God, that was my favorite series of the day. Snowmen versus Cloud9. Series ended in 5, but every game ended within 1 goal. There was 2 overtimes. One of them went to 8 minutes. You saw it just there. Super competitive series. What I loved about Snowmen especially, it's not a crazy max or anything. It's the synergy on the field. How close they play to each other on offense. So incredible to watch. The handoffs. And then, the occasional Frosty solo play is awesome. They carried that high-level performance that they had from Swiss into their playoff match, and that's what's great to see.
The thing, Bates, that was most impressive to me about the Snowmen match was that first game 1, an 8-minute overtime that they lose after having multiple times to win, to bounce back and not drop a single game after a exhausting loss like that. Such a testament to how strong this team is.
Exactly, and for those at home, you have to remember the average age of the Snowmen is 15. They have 2 16-year-olds and a 14-year-old in scribbles. So the fact that they have that amount of poise going up against a Cloud9 squad that plays a lot of defense is really gonna make you test whether or not your consistency, see whether or not you can be clinical with every single movement that you make. Snowmen did that. The games were low scoring, but they always clutched up when it mattered most. That shows that they're ready for the Gen.G squad over there to Bev. And trust me, Gen.G, they better have been watching the tape. That's all I know.
Watching the tape. I'm not worried about this at all. Okay,
You guys are talking like the
you start with
finals
the
is
Snowman
set
propaganda.
already. We got
No, he's talking.
We got
he's
2
talking already.
semifinals to
You
get through
need
here,
to be worried
folks.
about Space Station Gaming. That's all.
Well, we can get Space Station game in a second. I just want to say on top of the poise, on top of the fact that Snowmen have made it this far, I think another thing that really impresses me, and I think that everybody in NA needs to start watching, is that they're playing without fear. They're playing a little carefree in the sense that they're actually attacking on offense. Cloud9, even SSG to an extent, a lot of these teams in M80, all these teams in NA, they're all playing too much defense. You have to play offense to win games. The Snowmen are doing it, and that's why they're here, sat in the top 4, and all these other teams aren't.
I want to jump on that if I can, Wave.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, like the Snowman. The thing about this team that I really enjoy is that one, they're all super young, they're all hungry, and they're passionate, and it shows on the field. They're not scared to challenge you to the ball. They're always gonna try to dictate the pace as much as possible, get there first. That's kind of the name of the game. And then the fact that they know each other so well, they have that team chemistry and the synergy that shows on their play. I mean, this is a reason why they're sitting there so far, because a lot of teams are trying to play it safe, maybe not commit too much up front, have a deep third back. They don't care. They go all the way through, and it's just very well done on them.
Lemon, I got bad news. I want to talk with you about some great Rocket League, but literally what it says in the next part of the run of the show is just let the yappers yap. G2, Gen.G dominate. We got to talk about it. Bates, get out of your system. They're pretty good right now.
I mean, they're looking pretty great. You see the beast, man. That's just what he does. I don't need to hype it up. That's just what you expect at this point. Going up against the M80 squad, the heat maps, listen, they had a couple tweets yesterday. The heat maps were looking good for M80. But I'll tell you what they were looking good for. The beast. Once again, striking for G2 stride. Absolutely just clinical against M80. They played them twice so far in this qualifier. Swept them both times. 3-0 in the Swiss. 4-0 in the quarterfinals. And it's just looking absolutely dominating so far, Wave.
It's pretty strong. I mean, Lemon, we said that they were good. We were like, maybe things will change. Nothing's changed right now.
I feel so bad because yes, M80 are the Swiss merchants, but not a merchant of quarterfinals. It's really tough. And G2, just not the best draw you could have. But that's what you get coming out of 8th and Swiss.
Listen, we can talk about G2 all day. I want to talk about Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing here for a second.
Of course you do.
Again, you just see the change up here, especially from Swiss. Individually, everybody was in form here against a series of Rebellion. It was a close, tight-knit matchup. Rebellion was playing super close. But with Gen.G, the ability for them to not only dictate the series from the start, continuing to do so all the way through, even the closeout games, I like what I'm seeing out of Gen.G Mobile 1.
I bet you do, and I do too. We're memeing up here, but they're looking very strong. I mean, and we talked about we heard from Jack yesterday. Lemon, like they said he admitted like they were not feeling themselves on Friday. They're feeling great now. Hopefully that continues through here to Sunday.
Yeah, and I think that accountability that you have from players that can humble themselves, and even though you're at the very top, you've been to finals so many times, to be able to reflect on matches that even against teams that you should beat, in teams that you should be able to beat a lot cleaner, you're able to self-reflect, and that's how you're going to improve faster, when you're able to admit those mistakes and move forward.
Tigers versus Snowmen kicking off in 19 minutes, just a little bit under 20 there, folks. So we'll get that game. That'll be the first one of the day here. But we did have one other match yesterday with teams we didn't talk about. And maybe the most exciting story, well, not the most exciting, the Snowmen are definitely the most flashy story here. But SSG in top 4, first time this season here, Bates.
First time this season, they proved that they might just actually be the third best team in North America. They didn't have to go up against Gen.G in the quarterfinal. They didn't have to go up against G2, and they absolutely handled OG when it mattered most. LJ played one of the best series he has all season. Absolute masterclass, clinical on offense, but even more impressive on the defensive end. Every single time that OG had any opportunities, LJ was there, catch it off the back wall, control, take my time. I'm controlling the pace. I'm gonna play like LeBron James, and y'all just have to deal with me, contend with me, and it really just messed up OG's whole entire game plan. I don't know what it was. They came out hot. After that, LJ slowed it down. They didn't have any answers, and then that started happening. Calm own goals. Unfortunate. But those are off of the mistakes, off the forced error own goals going off that.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things here is for Space Station Gaming, just seeing how fast Chicago and Hoxel were playing to the ball was just so important to the success. Because like Basis said, LJ had such a great series individually, but also so did Chicago and Hoxel finding each other. They were winning so many midfield challenges and putting OG in tough spots, and SSG, they play like that. You're right. They're really sitting there fighting for top 3.
We had 2 series yesterday where the team that won game 1 overtime lost the series. I don't think it means anything. We also had a game, like G2 won game 1 overtime and then swept the series. So it's not like it means one thing, but it was just surprising to me. You could like fight that strong at the beginning and then still end up losing there. So what an experience there. OG will look to bounce back in qualifier number 5. But Space Station, they've earned themselves a date with G2. We'll get to see if they can finally, maybe 6 times the charm. I don't know. We'll see what happens with them. Let's talk about some of the top plays, top moments from yesterday here. Moments that we thought were special. I'm not going to let I'm going to take the play out of the Gen.G series here. I'm not going to let Dazzler talk about Gen.G anymore until he chooses to. Play number 4 here. This was Gen.G versus Shopify in game 3. Again, this was a pretty one-sided series. Because of synergy like this, Chronic to First Killer here, back to Chronic. From that angle, maybe looks simple, but Chronic here giving it up to First Killer. First Killer looks like he could put this on the backboard, maybe even take a shot. Instead, drops it with the absolute just sausage ball of a pass here. The easiest shot in the world for Chronic. Look at it, over his back shoulder. This is incredible stuff, and even more impressive. I just don't know how you think backwards like that, Bates.
I don't know how you think backwards as well, because, I mean, First Killer, he just got so much space, so much time. Actually, now I answer my question. That's how he thinks backwards, because he's already thinking 2 steps forward as to where I need to go. He knows that the shot right here is not going to go in 2-piece. He's going to be able to save that every single time. 2-piece is expecting it, but Chronic, he's right there. Yeah. Great synergy from the team. That's how you make great plays.
Can we show again just that last shot, just a few frames back, like show Chronic coming in and he flips at the last second as 2-piece does get a touch on it. 2-piece successfully is trying to block First Killer, and then as it comes down, you'll see 2-piece come across. He'll get contact, and Chronic's last motion here in the shot is actually like he successfully has defended. He gets another touch after 2-piece to dunk the save there. Like, my goodness, Rocket League's beautiful.
Rocket League is beautiful. Wave, you did that justice. You did that justice. So you took the Gen.G play from me.
That's
give
right.
me the Cloud9 Snowmen, okay? Of course, Cloud9 ended up losing this series, but they did have a really good play here. This is Percy to Zanil. Zanil back to Percy, but there's a little bit more to it here. We're going to take a second look here, and I'm going to break down why this is so important. As you can see, it's just that these initial challenges, but it's like stop here from a counterattack. I want to slow it down. This initial chance to cut off the pass was great. Stop it right here where Scribbles is trying to get this double. It's so important because if Scribbles can get a double tap off the sidewall, you see Reveal just took the mid boost. He's going to be able to move downfield. There's Lion Blaze in the back, but it helps just set up a lot of offense. For Percy, he's playing second man on this play. So the fact that he's in the right position here to make a play on the ball, but also this camera that we're looking at is Zanil. As we continue to play this forward, let's hit play. We're going to see exactly what happens. Initially, just that pass. As soon as Zanil goes from 0 to 100 boost, goes high, gets the drop down straight to Percy. They do this in less than a second. This play happens so fast in real time. And when a tense 7-minute OT, it's absolutely perfection in order to win this game 1. It was the only game Cloud9 won this series, but they definitely earned it with their ability to read the field and react on a dime.
What is that bounce back?
8-minute OT winner there. 8-minute OT winner. Gotta love that one.
Wow.
We got 2 OT winner plays here in our top plays though, Lemon.
Yeah, and if you're talking about perfection, talking about OTs, take a look at this clip from Beast Mode against M80 hitting the double. But the lead up to the goal was special too. First, it's Daniel beating AJ in the midfield, comes under the ball and from the ceiling to the close right of the net. What's crazy is Beast Mode hits this tight angle double while Ness is playing post. It's just really impressive how they can make a difficult ball like this work.
Yeah, that is incredible. What did he hit that with? The side of his car? It looks like the little backside of tires.
Yeah.
Barely grazed it off the angle. Didn't flip either, it looks like. Just rotated the car. No air roll. Just move me about 80 or so degrees.
Yeah.
Get the angle that I need. Nice. You did good defense, but it wasn't great defense. It was great offense. And sometimes you just got to tip your hat. You got to tip your hat to one of the best offensive players in the world. That's beast mode. But give us play number one. There was somebody in particular, I've already touched on him earlier,
Solo
who
play.
played out of his mind yesterday. LJ gets the 100 boost, got my space. By J now, reverse tornado by Carl to get the angles that I need off the back glass, nice and clean. Look at this. Beautiful stuff. When we come back around to the JNAPS challenge right here, you'll be able to see what's going on through. First off, pause it right here. We got to do Rocket League 101. Rocket League 101, everybody knows you need to go up. If you don't put a hand up, you're getting a man down. It's not going to be good enough. JNAPS, just throw a hand up there. Make LJ do something. That's great play from JNAPS right there. Making LJ have to make a play by him. Good. LJ better offense so far. As we come back around, I'm needing another pause. Give me a pause right here. Bang. Where's my pause? There it is. Tom's challenging off the back wall. LJ has air roll left or right. I'm not too sure. Somebody else more technical than me would be able to tell you which one. But he does do a reverse tornado right here. When you have air roll left or air roll right, bound to your controller, y'all. When you rotate with air roll left and visualize air roll left and you push the stick to the left, you will do this spin that allows your car's nose to stick out a little bit more than it normally does. And as you keep going with the play, hit the play right here. As you clearly see, this extra little position is going to give LJ just a little bit of extra oomph to get it by Com, who had flipped off the wall. And then LJ still has the beautiful grace, the control to get back to it off the glass and just touch it back into the net. One of the best plays of the season so far from one of the best mechanical players in the game. And that's why SSG is going up against G2 yet again.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And if you go watch the boost management, right? He's like, and how much boost it requires. He knows, especially that final shot, like after he gets the touch under JNAPS, he's just boosting all the way to try and get back up to that ball. To visualize the tornado flick you're talking about here, like the tornado plays, it's that like this is air rolling, right? You're just moving like this, but you're saying he gets kind of diagonal here to get that corner just a little bit higher, and then he's rotating like this, right?
Yep. There you go. Pretty good,
Bro,
Wave.
that's a diagram.
Wave's got a diagram for us. Let's go.
I got some Domini in here. We can have a fight. So, cool plays. Great stuff there yesterday. We'll hopefully get to see some new ones here today. Let us know on Twitter and on social medias what your favorite plays of the day have been so far. Speaking of best things so far, we got to talk about the Ally MVP. At the end of the day, we're going to be awarding a player the Ally MVP. And we got some front runners so far, players that have been doing the best so far in the tournament, all three of them with a chance to win the title of Open Qualifier 4 champion here. Let's talk about Reveal, though. I'm so excited that we get to put this man's name in here, Levin.
Man, I was going to call him a kid, but he's still phenomenal. A true prodigy, 16 years old, and the youngest teams we've seen in a while. But first time in a playoff, and he crushed it. Also tied the Rlcs North American record for shots in a game at 12 during that overtime. His offensive output is next level, and how he can make a play happen, he delivers every time. But even beyond the goals, his space denial, like Daz said earlier, not afraid to attack the ball, but also be present on the field all the time. So you're always thinking about where Reveal is.
He is very, very strong. Incredible performance so far. One of our front runners for sure. Dazarin, we were just talking about LJ hitting the best clip of yesterday. Wasn't his only highlight of the day.
Absolutely not. LJ, again, a big reason why Space Station Gaming are here in the top 4. Just being able to just make plays on the dime. So valuable individually on any team he's been on, but ever since he's been on SSG, it's been nothing but LJ domination. And the thing is when everybody else is elevated, it just makes LJ look even better. We've just seen him not only be able to take control of games, when you get past 2 defenders, that is no easy task, especially in high-level Rocket League. And LJ's been able to do that on a consistent basis throughout his career. It's no wonder SSG is as good as they are.
I mean, I feel like, at the World Championship, LJ was leading in so many stats, and there was, given that they didn't they weren't in like top 4. They didn't have this like crazy deep run at the World Championship. There was a lot of people that felt like maybe he was stat padding. Maybe LJ just kind of had a fluky afternoon there, Bates. He has consistently proven over the course of this season that he is stepping up to be one of the strongest players in North America.
He has been one of the best players in North America for the past year and a half or so. It's the reason he won the Offense MVP, I believe, over there back in Dusseldorf. I have to remember where we were. Back in Dusseldorf for the World Championship. And that's exactly what he does. He's just that great. But I got one more player in particular who's been playing absolutely phenomenal the whole entire season. Wave, give him to me. Big Beast! Where's he at? Beast mode. The offensive catalyst of G2 Stride the whole entire season. G2, one of the most potent, deep offenses in the game, but because of this man, he's always leading the charge. He's always making plays. He's so good, in fact, that when he just pops the ball up, he gets a Jedi mind control trick and makes you whiff. And then right here, and then in football and basketball, they say slow feet don't eat. Well, in Rocket League, it's heavy cars, they don't go far. You got to put a hand up when beast mode's in the sky. Otherwise, it's too little, too late. He's that great. He's the reason that G2's been playing so well, of course, alongside Daniel and Atomic.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a 3-man play over there. There's not a weak link on G2, but beast mode definitely popping up. We had multiple beast mode clips we wanted to put in this the play breakdowns we just did, but kind of had to pick just one. I don't think we got a highlight package for it, Daz, but I mean, if we had to pick one player here from Gen.G who's a front runner on that squad, I mean, Chronic comes to mind for me. Who do you think?
Yeah, I would say Chronic. I would definitely say Chronic. Chronic, even when Gen.G was struggling in the Swiss stage, Chronic was doing good, but then he kind of elevated that, carried it into Saturday. He's been looking really on form, and I mean, there's been a lot of plays where, he's been able to set up first killer, make life easy for him, and also be able to put Jack in some really good spots on the rotation. Chronic is would probably be my front runner on Gen.G, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's a big day today. Big championship Sunday.
Any other players we want to shout out here from any of the teams you're thinking of?
I just want to shout out all the Snowmen. All the Snowmen. Scribbles look good. I mean, they've all looked really, really good. And I just want to shout all of them out because you just got to give them their flowers because they're about to go up against the Gen.G squad. And if they beat them again, might they have that conversation? Snowmen, they might be a legit top 5 team in North America.
I mean, there's a few. I would say that we're doing our talent predictions here. At least one person predicted Snowmen. I'll let them reveal themselves if they want, but it's they're not currently on the desk. We'll see if if
Are you leaking my breads?
Not you. You didn't predict Snowman.
I know, but you're leaking my bread if you said that if they're not on the desk.
Oh, I guess that's kind of true. Yeah, don't think about it too hard, chat. We're just gonna continue on here with the show. 7 minutes to kick off, folks, from Gen.G and Snowmen. Let's start to talk about it, get you guys geared up for what is happening today. We got $21,000. Excuse me, I dropped a rack there. $21,000
sure
for
did.
First place. 20 points, maybe even more important here. More points on the line here in the second half of the season. We'll see who's able to take that one home. If you win your quarterfinal, you win your semifinal match, you earn 4 points. If you win the championship, you earn another 4. We'll see who's able to take that one down. 4 teams remain. We will only have 1, and we will crown them champion by the end of the day. 3 matches to play here. All of them best of 7s. We got 2 excellent semifinal matches. I keep calling them quarters because there's 4 teams. Semifinal matches here. We got G2 facing off against Space Station a little bit later, but to kick things off today, the underdog, the Cinderella story of the tournament. They are trying to prove that they belong here with all the rest of them. The Snowmen going up against the Tigers of Gen.G Mobile One Racing.
Yes, this is a grudge match because in Swiss, Snowmen took down Gen.G in a game 5, and I got to sit down with Abjack in the Gen.G interview after they won yesterday in great fashion. And as you alluded to earlier, Abjack said they played bad against Snowmen. They were accountable. They took responsibility, and that whole Swiss was an off day for Gen.G, and Abjack, took that to heart. But they don't get tilted. They really just were able to elevate that in the next day, and look how they were able to overcome that. They only allowed 4 goals in the entire series of that quarterfinal. Their defense is very conservative. It's rare to see them get beat downfield or to catch an open net opportunity. So when in doubt, feed the ball to first killer. But then, everybody's hyping up Chronic. Like y'all said earlier, there isn't one star on Gen.G. This is a unit.
Okay, now, Bates, I gotta ask, we've been talking about Snowmen a lot, and you're saying the thing that makes them stand out is how much they're playing offense. I've been arguing a little bit in the green room that, it's not about teams wanting to play defense. They're getting forced to play defense by teams like the Snowmen. going up against a stabilized Gen.G. You think the Snowmen are get to play offense?
I think they can, man. I mean, Jag. That's what all the players say. They always say we play bad. Other team didn't play good. That's what they all say. Sure. Every single person, every single professional. So they never really give as much credit to the other team as they need to. Snowmen play good, man. Gen.G might not play the best. Snowmen play good. They're gonna take that. They have the confidence and they know the knowledge that they can best this Gen.G squad. And also they have to bounce back. I believe in the Swiss wave, they went down like 6-1 or 7-1 in game 4, and then they bounced back and won the next game 2-0. So they can reset. They have a strong mental, and if you have that, you can beat as anybody.
That's crazy for players this young to have that strong of a mental fortitude. I mean, and we were talking about that yesterday or earlier today here, Dazzler, with the bouncing back from an 8-minute overtime loss in game 1. That would be demoralizing for most teams, not for these guys.
Yeah, no, I think, I talked to Chrome after Swiss on Friday, and they were just talking about teams. Of course, Chrome did give credit to Snowmen, saying that they were good, but everybody's on the same page of it being an off day. I think they showed that in their performance yesterday. But also just to talk about Snowmen, I mean, we talked to Impulse after the interview, and he was able to just talk about just getting those guys under control. They're a group of young kids, but they're also just really dedicated to the craft. They've been putting in a lot of hard work, and they've definitely earned their spot to be here. And I don't think it'll just be a fairly simple or easy series that's going to be like one-sided or something like that. I do think that they'll come in with a fight. He said at the end of the interview, he said, "Let us know. Listen, I'm expecting some snow from the Snowmen for sure."
And Abjack yesterday, he really just felt confident. I don't think they're worried about that rematch, and there is so much hunger to appreciate on the Gen.G side. Because I was like, oh, it's amazing that Gen.G got top 8 at Copenhagen, right? Abjack was like, no, we want to be number 1. We are competitors, and we won't settle to be second best. We don't care about getting top 8. We care about beating everyone, and it has to start with Snowmen.
Taking a look at one of the MVP frontrunners here. We were talking about him earlier, Chronic. Settling more and more into this role. I mean, thinking back on seeing this camera angle in this room of this player when he was first picked up by Gen.G, and kind of the nervous laughter that he was constantly on his face. Now settled in, locked in, a veteran, a major champion. This roster has matured over time.
Sure have matured over time. FK got there, coming over from FaZe, joining Gen.G, joining Abjack and Chronic. You have to expect this team to perform up to standards they did start picking up on the back half of Major 1, and then ultimately did go up all the way to Game 7 against Gentleman's Alpine, who did ultimately win the Copenhagen Major. And now they're trying to go back-to-back in qualifier wins. They just added Coach Rob G.
Look at
and
Rob.
the Bezos.
Yes,
You can tell me all about him.
Look at Rob. Okay, first of all, Coach Chrome, definitely one of the smartest minds in the game. We know that from the work that he's done previously on teams. You can ask anybody who's worked under Chrome. He's been able to really put in a lot of work, being able to break down plays, and he's just a strong addition. No hype man, no cheerleader here. He's all about the business. And Chrome's definitely been able to do his work preparing for this matchup. So we'll see what he's got in store for us.
All right, well, Gen.G getting locked and loaded. The Snowmen on the other side also prepared there. I did love hearing from Coach Impulse that he's not, for the Snowmen, this isn't his first time coaching. He actually has a great deal of experience coaching people in parkour of all things. But I'm sure that the basics of how to convince someone, how to teach someone to do something and overcome hurdles, overcome their own mental obstacles directly translates. Really cool seeing someone that has experience coaching other things coming into Rocket League here and seeing it pay off. The Snowmen here in top 4. So, chat, who do you think's gonna win? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag Snow. And let us get your votes in here.
The coin was so right yesterday.
The coin went 4 for 4. This coin did not get it wrong. It also predicted orange every time. So I'm curious to see if it'll predict blue at some point. If we can get our predictions up here as well. I did kind of allude to this earlier. We do all think Gen.G is going to take this one down. So
I love that.
We've been talking a lot about what the Snowmen can do. We can talk about it here as well as we want, but let's just get the coins vote in. It goes orange again, so we'll see. We'll see. They got Gen.G. Coin. You gotta go blue at some time, man. Okay, just saying. Come on.
Flip better.
Yeah,
Stop
Let's start
breaking
going
it.
blue. Let's start going blue soon. Don't have to worry about that.
It'll get there. Let's see. What's chat at for us here? Split
No way.
down the middle. The Snowmen have
Again?
some believers and favorites there for a moment. Wait, get us back to Snowmen. Come on, chat.
Daz, go vote. Hurry.
You can believe.
Hurry.
Yeah. Daz, go vote for him. All right, take it off the screen. Snowmen.
Wait, stop.
Literally the favorites here. The favorites in chat, the team that most fans, the most popular team in the match is ready to take on the favorites here. Gen.G on one side, trying to prove that the Snowmen loss in Swiss That was just a fluke. That was Friday. This is Championship Sunday. This is where they rule. Snowmen do not care about your history, folks. Get up and get loud. It's Snowmen versus Gen.G.
Spring is in the air, but there's a cold front moving through. The Snowmen trying to spring. I guess it would be an upset. I mean, this is the number 2 seed from the Swiss, so we don't know exactly how good they are. This is their litmus test. Can they run it back and take down Gen.G again when it matters most?
Listen, they've done it once. They absolutely could do it again. Gen.G's been a little bit shaky throughout this weekend, which kind of feels weird to say, but there's a team to bounce back. It would be the likes of apparently Jack, Chronic, and First Killer looking to get revenge in this rematch here today.
Oh, Reveal will have a shot here, and it's wide open on the left side. Reveal opens the scoring off this setup from Frosty. All over First Killer, and it's Snowmen who strike first.
That is so invasive of Frosty to just continue to push forward one touch after the other and then allow his teammate to get the finish off that one. But off the kickoff is First Killer. If you're gonna score, listen, you gotta be absolutely prepared for the kickoff responses that are gonna come right after.
It's a kickoff that just dies at the middle. I think it was Reveal who went over to the corner. He turned upfield instead of back. And shocker, he couldn't get back to the net. Johnny's gonna have that video up on YouTube for eternity. And everybody's gonna continue to make the same mistake. Reveal picked his spot, and he almost scored. Appjack and First Killer had to scramble over there. So now Frosty, with a whole lot to work with, trying to buy his teammates time to get in position. Scribbles is there waiting. And he got a piece of this as well. The demo on apparently Jack puts Gen.G in a bit of disarray. But Jack into the play and clears that one back out.
The one thing I've noticed, which has been fairly interesting, is how low boost Gen.G has been sitting on for a bit. And I think, again, it's a testament to the Snowmen knowing there's very few ways to get around Gen.G, and boost starving them and bumping them out of the way is probably the surest bet that you can make on yourselves, and that's exactly what they're doing. Here comes another bump. Scribbles on a First Killer. Shot from Frosty comes in, but Jack's got the save.
They are not messing around at all. Working great as a team, trying to pin down Gen.G, but GGM1 has escaped the zone for a moment. Now they're right back on defense. Jack just around Reveal. Dumped right back in, though, around the boards, and Chronic and First Killer will have to figure out who takes charge. It was Chronic. First Killer remains on the back wall, but that's cleared away. Gen.G out of harm's way yet again, and threatening to score here, Chronic. No boost. Reveal came over. First Killer tried to fake him out, but Frosty takes charge, and Snowmen fend off Gen.G. Can they turn it into offense? No. First Killer in the way. Scribbles to the backboard. Needs to drop it down and can't.
And Appjack,
big shot and save.
That's a huge shot off that one. And the one that makes me a little nervous is how low on boost Jack was. Again, I just keeping my eye on that. How low and maintained the Snowmen have been able to keep Gen.G at bay off this one. Here's another huge demo. Great. Try to attempt to shoot up, but transition comes out from Gen.G. It's back. Jack's gonna take a shot. This one doesn't find its way in. It's a slow connection off it. And again, quick transitions from Snowmen are what have been allowing them to keep this pressure up so consistently.
Snowmen have done a good job keeping Gen.G guessing who's actually going to take the shot. Again, working great as a team. They're going to need to be great. Frosty, back wall, Scribbles there, and he scores! Chronic couldn't stop it.
I love this. This is honestly sheer confidence at this point, too. But again, it's Frosty setting up his teammates, and Scribbles just there patiently waiting, ready to go off this one. 1-goal lead for Snowmen.
I bet they cover the net this time on the kickoff. Let's see what happens. This time it does go deep into Gen.G territory. Chronic will start it off. Frosty's there with a full tank. So too is Reveal. He comes across and saves it off the post. And now watch Scribbles in transition. Oh, the 2v1. Apparently Jack had it read. Well done by Jack, keeping Gen.G only down 1. Frosty's going to come on to this one, but Chronic with a touch to disrupt his effort. And Scribbles will just power this away. Take it himself. Frosty waiting underneath. And Snowmen have their attack stall out there.
You got A minute and 35-ish to go, but Jack said, no, we're gonna tie it up right here. He had quite a bit of space to work with. Again, the pinch and the air dribble over. Frosty tried to get it read, but even a touch off that one is not enough to stop Jack's efforts to push that ball through.
I think Frosty might have kind of been thrown off by Reveal, giving him the ball there, and just didn't really have a plan for getting that ball away from Jack, so he just slips it right in. We're all tied up again. Twice Snowmen have led in this game. It has been short-lived. Reveal gonna take it himself. Chronic stuffs him. Frosty coming up and clipped a bit of that ball from First Killer. And that just goes right to the skies. Reveal has to avoid contact and gets the shot off. He had a defender coming in behind him looking for the demo. Could not catch up. And Reveal gives Snowmen the lead again.
And Reveal also, he saw that Jack was going to try and attempt the squishy save on it and knew that there was pretty much two places that ball could have gone. Perfect upper 90 in the left or bottom 90 in the left as well. And dude had the perfect slot on that one. 1-goal lead again, but this is what we've seen time and time again. How quickly does Gen.G respond to it off this one? You got a minute left to go here in game number 1. You've got a lead. Can you hold on?
And hold on now for less than a minute. Chronic blocked by Reveal. Net's open. If he can get to it, he can! And the lead is 2. Hat trick for Reveal.
Huge shot off this one, and I loved that he went up to do the challenge off of it, goes and finds his way through. 2-goal lead is massive off this one again, but I will say, Gen.G kind of thrive in pressure sometimes. 47 seconds is more than enough. Off the kickoff is Jack up into the air. Gonna take his time, reset over 1, tries to take a shot, scribbles with a save.
There's gonna be battle stations now for Gen.G. First Killer needed the flip reset, couldn't get a shot away. And now Frosty takes over. Good comms from Snowmen. Scribbles is there on the doorstep, and Chronic keeps Gen.G alive in this game, but they gotta hurry. Frosty will slow him down. First Killer, 1 more needed. Reveal just pops it away, and Gen.G very quickly running out of time here. Down to 10 seconds. Frosty from the wing, no. Chronic pops it away, but Gen.G's just not gonna have enough time. This has to go into the net. It will not, and the Snowmen make a statement in game 1. They get tied up twice, but then finally Reveal scores, and they don't look back from there. A hat trick from the MVP candidate, and Snowmen take game 1.
There's a reason he's in MVP contention, and it's for good calling like that. He looks so good, but the one thing I want to say is all the way around, Snowmen as a unit against Gen.G looked like they came into this with a game plan. They knew what they want to do to slow Gen.G down, force them to play their pace of play, and that's, I feel like, where they're starting to thrive. Gen.G, it's a rare thing to say, but Gen.G looked slightly uncomfortable at times.
They did, and I think it was a lot of just kind of being kept off balance defensively, right? Because a lot of times you'll see, even in these plays where Snowmen are on the attack, and you're not quite sure who's going to set the play up towards the back wall. In this case, it was Frosty a couple of times, but then a few other shots you see a couple guys kind of crisscross in front, and it's not the guy you necessarily expect to take the shot. And this Mobile One high performance replay shows exactly how Snowmen kept Gen.G off balance. And you see a lot of times only the one guy at the net, not a chance to stop the 2-man attack from Snowmen. So hey, they did a good job getting a numbers advantage in the offensive end. They keep Gen.G guessing. Will that continue into game 2? We know Chrome, a very capable coach. A lot of adjustments on the way as we go to Forbidden Temple.
Oh man, but you gotta look at Frosty right now. Dude is bobbing and weaving all throughout the Gen.G defense on this one. Chronic has to go from the backboard to try and give them tiny bit of space to breathe, but Reveal says no, and there it is. Those 2-man offensive plays from the Snowmen are so consistent right now. They know it is a great play to get past Gen.G, and I think Gen.G's doing their best to try and anticipate it a little bit more. Like you said, Chrome probably had a small game plan in the few moments that they had in between matches off this one, but First Killer, that's the player, the pop-off player that you know if he gets space and he can solo, this can completely turn the series on its head for Gen.G.
Maybe a little bit of panic there on the defensive end from Snowmen, and it could be costly. Reveal with the save with nothing in the tank. Frosty grabs the full boost from midfield. Got the demo, but it's Chronic who does just get a piece of that ball on the way through, and apparently Jack has his shot blocked way back deep into Gen.G territory. Watch out for Reveal. Another demo on Jack as Frosty tries to win that one forward. It doesn't work out, and First Killer gets Gen.G out of the zone. I don't know, I see Snowmen kind of being a little jumpy on the defensive end. You wonder if Gen.G can take advantage of that, but so far no score through 90 seconds. And First Killer might have something to say about it. Against Scribbles, second touch no, and Frosty clears.
Great anticipation there from Frosty too, and I love how quickly he's able to transition off of it, double from the corner. This one doesn't quite find its way on through, and Gen.G go right back into attack mode. This one up into the air, but a demo stops Gen.G for their efforts for time being. And again, they continue to try and push forward, but everybody on Snowmen is almost playing man-to-man at some points. They're going for the bumps, they're going for the demos. Everything that you can think of to keep Gen.G at bay has been done.
Shots coming in left, right, and center, but they've all been stopped so far. Frosty's shot is stopped way out in front by Jack. That's dropped down. Reveal might have been there, but he had to deal with Jack bearing down on him, and he just misses the tough angle shot. He was close, but not good enough as Reveal tries to slip one through the D. That doesn't work out either. So now Frosty with Scribbles in behind him, Reveal up ahead. Scribbles has to slow down Chronic, and he does so.
Here comes First, great save there. Gonna try and leave this one for Jack, but again, bumps coming through so consistently. First Killer trying to get Gen.G out of their half. Frosty stopping him right in the mid. Scribbles lurking, but a solo shot is all that it takes. Frosty finds his way through.
They just didn't think Frosty had another touch or had his... My gosh! He just kept them all almost in a trance. And then the dodge at the last moment completely threw them for a loop. And Frosty opens the scoring after a couple assists in game one. Now Scribbles trying to keep this ball alive for Reveal, who was lethal in the first game. He's waiting for Chronic. Can he get in the way of Jack? No, but Scribbles can. And Chronic at least got the touch on the ball before getting bumped away. First Killer to set up Chronic. It's still netward. First Killer, no. Jack rebound stuffed by Frosty.
And it's super low boost for First Killer too, and I think Snowmen saw that. They're all trying to race forward. Again, quick transitions. That's the name of the game for Snowmen right now. Great challenge off there for Frosty, trying to just keep pressure going from Reveal, and Scribbles up next. Awkward touch towards net off that one. Jack's still able to get the save. Can he carry this one through? It's, again, I feel Gen.G weirdly look awkward, and I feel like that's the doing of Snowmen. They're so pressure heavy on this team right now that Gen.G probably wasn't anticipating this right now.
Tell you what, I know we said it a lot yesterday, and maybe I'm just stating the obvious. My gosh, Reveal is so good. He gets the demo there on First Killer after FK lobbed that ball in. Appjack going after Scribbles, making him dance around a bit, but he still makes the stop. And he can clear that one over First Killer. Frosty running on. Reveal has a full tank. Almost ran into Frosty, though. And Reveal beaten out by Jack this time. First Killer lining up a double. Drop it down. Chronic delayed shot. Saved by Frosty. And the Snowmen take this lead to the final 30 seconds. Will it be 2 goals? No. Reveal stopped by apparently Jack. And then he'll lob one forward for Frosty to deal with.
And Frosty's got to anticipate First Killer coming at him on this one too. Scribbles back pass over to Frosty. That boost didn't spawn, which means it's now Scribbles' job to keep this one away from Appjack there. And that's a mighty touch to keep this one still in favor of the Snowmen, but pressure is on their defensive end right now. Snowmen got to play these next 6 seconds very carefully. A bump onto Jack keeps this play out at bay. This one's still up into the sky. Pass over to First Killer. Can he waterfall this one down over to Chronic? He tried his best, but it hit the ground, and Snowmen walk away with game 2.
They walk away with game 2, and they're going to get a timeout out of Gen.G Mobile One Racing after game 2. So immediately after that game concludes, First Killer confirms the timeout for Gen.G, and it is the Snowmen halfway into the grand finals here on Championship Sunday. Listen, we knew they had a chance coming in. Reveal has been outstanding. It was Frosty who had the goal in that game, so you get the hat trick out of Reveal in game one, and then we look back at the highlights, and boy, that shot from Frosty, I'm going to need to see it a couple more times. It looked like he held his dodge. Yeah, he held his dodge until the very last moment. I don't think the two defenders in net knew he had it, and they were just kind of guessing. They guessed wrong, as they have a few times so far in this series, and Snowmen have used that to their advantage, and now it's on to Chrome to come up with an answer for Gen.G to get themselves back into this series.
It's really interesting because there's very few teams that have been able to I use the word perfectly very loosely in this, but perfectly figure out Gen.G in a way that works for them. Snowmen are one of those teams. And granted, we've only seen them beat Gen.G in best of fives, and this is a little bit different because it's a longer game, which could be at the advantage of Gen.G, right? These players are very much used to high pressure situations. They've had to come down from much worse and for a lot of their cases. So I don't know. I'm sure most people's eyes are on Chrome though. He's clearly talking to them. He's trying to convey something that'll help fix what's been going wrong in these first two games. But I don't know. Like it's weird to see Gen.G on almost like this teeter-totter sort of situation in terms of results.
I mean, fans could be fun sometimes. Yeah, they go 5 rounds of Swiss, talking about Gen.G, to get into this spot, and all of a sudden it's, I don't know if Chrome's the guy here, and then they outscore Shopify Rebellion 13-4 in the quarterfinals. Like, all right, Chrome's pretty good. Well, now they're down 0-2 to the Snowmen, and people are gonna be like, well, the Snowmen, they're not Team Vitality, they're not Team BDS, they're not one of these elite teams in the Rocket League scene yet. So we should be beating them, right? Maybe not. Snowmen making a huge statement going into game 3 now, coming out of the timeout from Gen.G. So they've got to solve it now or maybe never. First killer, his first effort denied by Scribbles, and we are off to the races.
Chronic got sent off that one. It's Frosty, and already you saw the lurks in the Gen.G net, which means Snowmen are just going to continue with the game plan they did before. You're sending one up, or you're working two together to get this ball forward, and it's still it's successful in its efforts right now. First killer demo on a Frosty, allowing Chronic to try and transition upfield, but Reveal stops him in his tracks. Scribbles with a wide shot off this one, and Frosty takes this one back from Jack. They don't know he's no boost right now, but the most he can do is keep this ball orange side for his team to try and come through.
Reveal tried to tie that one up. Scribbles came up as well. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but Frosty bails him out. Left the backfield boost for him as well, as that shot dealt with by First Killer and easily controlled by Gen.G as they bait Scribbles in and play right over the top of him. So now Reveal, how great he has been so far in this series, trying to get the attack going for the Snowmen. Doesn't work out this time. He's all alone at the back. Frosty trying to catch up and help him out. Reveal got the poke and the boost and the pass off to Scribbles. Again, he's been so good. Frosty now shot denied way out in front.
I will say I am a little nervous about how high up Snowmen are playing and cheating for this, because
like
this
that?
is what I was anticipating. They all three were out fairly far, and then this demo comes out, and it kind of almost scrambles the rotation for everybody to get back, and you can see it. Reveal and Frosty just looking awkward to go back and save that shot. Gen.G, all it takes is 2 seconds of confidence and a slot, and you're back up in a lead.
Gen.G's first goal since tying the game for the second time in game 1. It's their first lead of this series. Again, all this coming off a timeout, but then enough. Man, the numbers advantage, and who else but Reveal to tie it right back up. Look at Frosty stay with this, and then Reveal just blasts one right by Chronic.
I love this. I love these two-man plays on it. It's pure working together to get over the defense. And unfortunate for Chronic, like, you don't know where you're going to be at in that situation, right? First player could have taken it and taken a shot of their own, but I don't know, it's so discombobulating for the defense at times, but the same can be said for the Snowmen when first killer is in your face. A pinch off the side to follow all the way through, and it bounces up and down on that one. Gen.G once again give themselves a lead.
Gen.G's Superman strikes again. Just under 20 goals for the weekend. Just a matter of when, not if, he'll get there. 19 so far. Frosty now, blocked by Chronic. Reveal got a piece of that as well. That disrupts the defensive effort. And now first killer will just casually take this from the back line. Gen.G back in front as Reveal got to that ball with Frosty there as well. And Frosty has that out. He won't be able to get back up in the air for it though. So first killer, free ball over towards Chronic, intercepted by Reveal. It just felt like it took forever to get there. Now this shot blocked and Chronic had to jump into action. Frosty lurking there on the doorstep.
It's a huge redirect from Jack there. This one might all the way go to the center, and it does. Somehow, nobody from Gen.G anticipated that one to go through, but they go back to the drawing board. This one gets left for Jack to take a shot there. Scribble sends this one off into the corner. Pressure doesn't stop. Here comes first killer, leaves this one. Jack again, corner, shot from first. This one's in. Gen.G up by 2 with 2:08 left on the clock.
3 out of their 4 shots have found the net. First killer, 100%. Lethal. 3-1 lead now with 2:08 to go. And this is more of the game that Gen.G has been accustomed to throughout this weekend, where they're actually able to generate a lot of shots. Only 7 shots a game of the first couple of games where they came in averaging almost 12. They have been slowed down significantly so far in this series. And then almost tucking one in there was Frosty. Reveal and Scribbles can't break through. And now first killer looking for a hat trick, but denied by Frosty.
Oh, you can see it too. Gen.G is now anticipating them cheating up just a little bit too far at times, trying to catch them off of a small mistake. And now they're getting bunched up, probably more so than they would like. And first killer, enough space to try and make an angle off this one. Not quite able to get it on target though. And Snowmen, you got to break out of your own half. But even on low boost, Appjack is sending this ball forward for Gen.G to try and make a play. Chronic over to first killer. This one not in. Scribbles with a save.
Snowmen right now, a lot of my turn offense. Everybody just scrambling towards the ball. They're triple committing after everything. It is complete panic right now, down 2 goals, even though they're up 2 games. Reveal, lob one forward, intercepted by first killer. Frosty getting chased by Chronic, so Scribbles has to make the initial stop. Follow up here with Frosty running underneath. And apparently Jack cannot get through Frosty. Loose ball down by the back line, but Reveal takes out Jack. So now Reveal, outlet to Scribbles. So this is the most that Snowmen have been spaced out for the last minute. Scribbles stopped by Jack. Frosty keeping it alive. Reveal thought about it, but he burned so much boost coming up. Frosty with the steal. He calls everybody off, so he'll take it himself, and first killer just eats him up.
Honestly, I feel like this is where experience is starting to come into play. In terms of nerves, you can feel, like you said, that Snowmen are panicking despite being up 2-0 uncontested. This is the most of a challenge they've had pretty much throughout this entire series because they seemed so in control in those first 2 games, and now they've lost it and they're struggling so hard to get it back. This one off the backboard. Reveal not quite in a position to try and take a shot. Instead, it's first killer running away with it. Gonna take one more for the efforts, but this one hits the ground. Gen.G finally respond in the series, and now we've got a proper semifinal between these 2 teams on our hands.
Gen.G takes a timeout, and then they come back and win. I swear, I guess the timeout bump is real. You know, time and time again, I keep coming into a weekend thinking, all right, this is the weekend where we finally disprove the myth of the timeout buff. Nope. Gen.G get back on the right foot. They're back within 1 here in this series after they get 8 shots to Snowmen 6. Of course, the big difference there, they held Reveal to only 1 goal. But again, his scoring streak continues and his rapid pace continues. So we look back at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and it does favor Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing. Very little in the way of the Snowmen's attack this time around, and we saw it at the end of that game, Herc. A lot of panic from the Snowmen. Down a couple of goals. I guess that maybe they figure doesn't matter if we lose by 5 goals or 2, it's still a loss. But man, they were just kind of falling all over each other in the second half of that game.
Yeah, I think what started to almost get them out of their confident moment was, you know, Gen.G coming in so almost hyper aggressive at times. And that was, again, one of the first moments where we saw Snowmen not in control anymore. It probably caught them off guard a little bit because they weren't expecting it. They probably anticipated, you know, consistently being able to keep up the pace of play that they were going with. We saw them still going for the 2-man plays. The difference, Gen.G intercepted so many of those this time that it made it way harder for Snowmen to recreate what they did in games 1 and 2.
Well, Scribbles demolished behind the play. Everybody jumping around as Frosty was chased into the net. Kind of a break for Snowmen that Gen.G weren't able to finish off that play. Frosty bringing this down to ground. He saw Chronic coming on. Jack taken out. Reveal has to go for the midfield boost as he had the ball knocked away from him. Chronic with nothing in the tank, still going after Frosty. And Reveal kind of took charge. Frosty calls him off. And Snowmen right now is still in a bit of disarray, but they will clear the zone, at least for the moment. But it's coming right back in, courtesy of Chronic and First Killer. Chronic shot is high on an open net, and he can't get the follow. Reveal was with him. There's First Killer with his 4th of the series.
Oh my god, you talk about, you know, Snowmen looking slightly discombobulated. This is pure panic. You are in zero communication with each other at that point. They look like they're playing their own game. And because of that, rotation doesn't even exist in the moment, and these are becoming free shots for Gen.G, and same cannot be said for Snowmen. Nothing you get from here out will be free. It has to be earned, especially with Chronic coming out with saves like this, not once, but twice.
Well, Reveal couldn't quite tell if Frosty was going to get that demo. If he had the read, he'd have had an open net, as Chronic makes the easy save, and the outlet out to apparently Jack. And Gen.G have found their groove. Quickly out of the zone in transition, but that's a good catch by Frosty on the backboard. And he is stopped by Jack. That sets up First Killer. Reveal was up there for him, though. And Scribbles will clear this away. They caught Chronic out. Frosty, double tap. Oh, he hit it on the goal line, and it's cleared away.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, and that is such a massive opportunity missed. That was the best moment we've seen from Snowmen in this game and last game's past. And then here comes Gen.G on the quick transition back to counter every effort that Snowmen have tried to put in. This shot just wide. First Killer's not gonna let the pressure in there. Not 1, but 2 touches. Leaves this one for Jack. An attempt to throw themselves at this ball and get out of their half is Snowmen, but they keep getting boxed in.
First Killer's got to be shaking his head going, is this happening again? This happened to his FaZe team time and again, where they'd miss some open nets. Their accuracy betrayed them. First Killer, though, his accuracy not on point this time, as that's dropped down in front. No follow-up. So now Chronic trying to keep it alive. And he does dump that back into the corner, so that'll slow down Snowmen and force them to make some decisions on the defensive end. Scribbles with Reveal in support. Reveal might take over. No, Scribbles trying to play table center. Maybe 1 touch too many. That kicks back out to the center and is cleared downfield netward, so Frosty has to contain it at the back wall.
You saw Chronic already lurking, ready to go. Same can be said for First Killer. This is a massive clear here from Scribbles. That one registers as a shot. Here's another opportunity, but this one down and out from apparently Jack there. And again, this is probably the most lurking opportunity that the Snowmen have created for themselves off this one. I talk about lurking. It was just a slow floater waiting, was Reveal from the Scribble shot there, right down into the only place nobody could go, the bottom 90.
That's a great read by Scribbles, too. I mean, he jumps up. He knows Chronic is going to try to control that, and he had the perfect read. And Gen.G not able to recover. Excellently done. Snowmen back into this game now, all tied up. Now with 1.5 minutes remaining. Chronic all day to play this ball. As Scribbles running around, he got apparently Jack at the back line. But Chronic still moving forward. He can stop 1 player, but you eventually have to get to the ball. They do. And Frosty now met with apparently Jack. First killer, he can stay onto this ball. He does. And Reveal can just pop it away again. So no sustained attack that time for Gen.G. Chronic a little more careful this time with the ball, kept it close to the vest. But now Scribbles the intercept. Everybody's scrambling back for Gen.G, and they do get back in time to defend in the final minute.
And there's First Killer defending off the shot from Scribbles, but doesn't want to stop it there. He's going to transition all the way back into the Snowmen half. Appjack there to help him too. An attempt to center, just a bit high and over. Scribbles gets bumped off for his efforts to try and make a save. First Killer over Frosty, but Scribbles there to help him through. And you're counting down to the last 30 seconds. Still, it's a tied game for now. If somebody wants to take it away at the end, and I can't even imagine the pressure that Snowmen start to feel knowing you have the opportunity to take Gen.G to match point unless they score here, and they do. 17 seconds in, and an on-ground pass over to First Killer and back to Jack gives Gen.G a lead in the final moments of Game 4.
Just unexpected aggression, surprise Snowmen. The two-man play between Jack and FK works perfectly. Gen.G in front right at the end of regulation. One last charge here for the Snowmen, and that touch from Reveal at least kept it close enough that Scribbles could go for it deep into the corner. Pops out softly. First Killer's got all the control, all the time, but Reveal kept it alive. Jack to the ground, and Gen.G have tied the series.
A tied series for Gen.G. Nothing but wins since their timeout after game number 2's loss. That's progress if I've ever seen it, right? And it's not unexpected. It's not unexpected by any means for Gen.G to be able to come back against a team like Snowmen. It's just exciting to see somebody, you know, really making Gen.G work for a win outside of like G2.
Well, they had to work for it, but they did work for it, and they're going to force Impulse now to work for his paycheck as Snowmen have called a timeout. So the trends in this series, Gen.G take the first two, or rather drop the first two games. They call a timeout. Snowmen drop the next two. They call a timeout. And what that all adds up to, both teams have used their one timeout. And this best of 7 turns into a best of 3 with no timeouts available between Gen.G and Snowmen. And this is just our first semifinal of the day. We still have G2 and Space Station later on, and a grand final to go on top of that. And it could very well still be this Snowmen squad continuing their incredible run through this first qualifying weekend of the second split. But in their way is a Gen.G squad that has all the momentum in this semifinal.
Yeah, right now, Gen.G are very accustomed to that grand final. They've already made 2 out of the last 3, and they were the last reigning champs as far as the finals go. And we saw them at LAN, right? So they like you said, it hasn't even just been momentum throughout the weekend. It's been momentum just throughout the season for them. This is probably one of the bigger challenges that they've had to face in terms of, you know, being a little bit rocky on your playstyle and regathering your footing. But like you said, the timeout buff, we're gonna find out if that is real or not, because Snowmen have taken theirs and they've got a huge answer to try and come back with. They have a tied series with Gen.G in an attempt to take them to match point and further.
If you remember the series on Friday in the Swiss stage back in round 3, Gen.G made a big statement. I think they dropped 6 goals on the Snowmen to keep that series alive, and then Snowmen finished out the series. Both teams scored 10 goals each in that series with each other. They were neck and neck the whole way. Snowmen just happened to win Game 5. Now, Game 5 with the series tied 2-2. Does it seem familiar? It's best of 7 this time, but we're underway at the Aquadome.
Ooh, there was a huge attempt in an early stage passing play here from Gen.G. Jack up in the sky on this one. Reveal's gonna intercept, take him to the corner. Frosty wants to break away. This is massive though. He's going up for the challenge on Chronic, but Chronic enough boost in the tank to carry this one in the air over Scribbles, maybe even over Reveal on this one, but First Killer's gonna bail him out, take a shot off that one, and Frosty's got to save.
Well, Scribbles will bring it to the wing. Here we go. Scribbles from the sky. Easy stop by Chronic. We certainly made it look easy. Then hard out of the corner goes Frosty. Not quite the touch he was looking for there. He was just a little bit off as that came out a little hotter than expected. Reveal is there. He doesn't have much in the tank. That corner boost spawned for him, though. Now Chronic outlet to first killer right down the middle. That's intercepted. But apparently Jack might find a teammate down in the corner. Instead, he finds Scribbles with Chronic waiting for him to make a mistake. Did not do so, though. And that might have worked out well for Gen.G there. Went off of Frosty unexpectedly, but they do recover. So great improv defensively for the young upstart squad, the only unsigned team in this top 4. As Reveal blocks one away, and Frosty will continue the defensive effort. But right now they are hemmed in their zone and just looking for some kind of escape, and they're not finding much. Oh, great pass. Jack over to Chronic, and they just made him look silly.
That was huge, and you could see it, that they saw the amount of space they could find between each other if they just pinballed this back and forth around what is a questionable rotation off the Snowmen in those last moments there. And great play from Gen.G. They get their lead off this one. Now the answer is how quickly can the Snowmen respond, because before it wasn't as fast as they thought, but this time they said, no, it's gonna be a little bit more reminiscent of games 1 and 2. They respond literally seconds later.
This has happened a few times in this series, one way or the other, an immediate answer. And that's gotta hurt for Gen.G. I mean, a pretty passing play where it feels like, all right, now you've kind of asserted dominance. Oh, Reveal made the save coming back off the post. Narrowly avoided giving a kickoff goal back to Gen.G. And now apparently Jack up first for this. Great pass down to Chronic. Surely they score again. They do!
That is a huge flick also from him. Look at this pass down over to Chronic. He said, I'm just going to take his time. Reveal was trying to figure out where he was going to go. And Gen.G, they just said, just place it up high. Chronic goes, I can flick it over perfectly through. He does. The response comes back from Gen.G. Another lead for them. This one feels like it might be a little bit more of a shootout. Frosty down over to Scribbles. Shot on target and in, and the Snowmen respond.
Y'all calm down, would you? My goodness. I think everybody's expecting the shot there out of Frosty, and first killer's in a real tough spot on the back wall. Great decision to dish that off to Scribbles. A little more aggression out of Snowmen, and it's serving them well enough, but they are still locked in a battle here. Chronic got a piece of this. Reveal and Scribbles are all there. Then Frosty joins the fray. That's the decision making that you see out of Snowmen. You kind of go, all right, well, you know, you're kind of double committed and it's working, but then three's a crowd, man. Reveal trying to keep this alive in the corner, and first killer comes out of that with the ball. And somebody's got to get a hand up, and a very late challenge. This drops back for Chronic, and he'll just play the possession game, waiting for a better opportunity. Now it's presented itself, trying to get around Reveal. Good luck.
Here comes first. Again, Gen.G, they just want to keep it in their half for now, but a massive back pass on that one. I don't even know what the plan on that one was. Maybe just create a little bit of time. Here's a huge demo, though. Great transition there from Chronic, down over, back to himself, off the backboard. I don't know, you can feel the game physically start to slow down.
Yeah, a little bit, but it feels like it might be speeding up in the minds of Snowmen because they're getting a little jumpy again. Left without much boost in the tank collectively. First killer trying to pick him apart. Reveal's got all the boost. Now Scribbles gets some, and he's going to need to jump in the way. And that's a clever ball dumped off to the corner, but Jack kept going out to midfield, so he couldn't turn on it. And first killer forced to bring this all the way back, but he gave it away to Reveal, who almost punished Gen.G.
This is massive. You got 90 seconds left, and it's a attempt from Chronic. It's sent off by Frosty. Jack puts it back to the backboard. Scribbles enough in the tank to keep this one out, but that bounce up could be dangerous. Jack off the backboard. Chronic's there to try and follow. And Gen.G, most you can do is just keep the pressure going, taking turns one after the other, but the Snowmen have been doing a great job of fending off every effort and every shot that Gen.G have put on target.
Oh, that ball drops down for apparently Jack, and the Jack attack is alive and well. Gen.G back in front.
That was the biggest curse I think I've done in real time, is to commend the Snowmen defense for once. They held Gen.G off for so long, and then Gen.G goes, all right, you guys are playing great defense. If you're not on the field, you can't do that anymore. And that's exactly what happens. Gen.G up by 1 with less than a minute to go in Game 5.
How are Snowmen going to answer this one? I mean, this looks very similar to Game 1. But this shot just wide, and Chronic the follow-up, and it really is similar to Game 1, where Gen.G would go in front, Snowmen would answer back, then Snowmen would answer again, then Gen.G answered. It's just the other way around now, and the same score line from Game 1. Gen.G up by 2, and that's really going to force Snowmen to throw caution to the wind, which they've kind of done anyways. And they don't convert on this effort off the kickoff, and Gen.G will stabilize.
Yeah, I feel like Snowmen almost thrive in just the almost just going with the flow kind of mindset, and that's kind of what has caught Gen.G off guard at some moments in time. We talked about it where we feel like, you know, maybe Snowmen are playing a little bit too close together, but for them it works. And I feel like when they start to overthink that, that's where they get caught off guard. But they're trying to go back for it. Frosty trying to open up a field there, taking Jack off the field, leaving some room there for reveal. Scribbles with a bump, huge bump in the net off that one, but there's just not enough time at that point. Gen.G kill the ball, and they are the first ones to head to match point.
Gen.G with 3 straight after dropping the first 2. Snowmen came out with all the energy, all the hype, all the excitement. And since then, Gen.G has simply outscored them 9-4 over the last 3 games. And it's Gen.G 1 win away from getting into the grand finals. You know, the way everybody expected them to do so. I mean, look at this great passing play that kicked things off, and he thought, all right, it's Gen.G's series, and Snowmen are just along for the ride, but then they answered back, and it was just haymakers getting lobbed back and forth before finally Gen.G solidified their lead just the same way Snowmen did in Game 1 of this series. Almost a carbon copy of that game in particular, and the number 6 seed is 5 minutes away now, maybe with some overtime, who knows, from securing their spot in the grand final.
I mean, they look good, and I feel like you can even like physically see the plan that Gen.G has on Snowmen now. They knew that Snowmen were pretty aggressive with their plays, coming up in pairs of 2 at time or cheating up a little bit far, and now what Gen.G has done is they know that if you send one person just a tiny bit far upfield and you make that big clear and you start the passing plays, the Snowmen rotation is just a tiny bit off enough and not consistent enough that you can pinball this around them almost too easily for Gen.G. We've seen that a plenty amount of times. We're about to see it again. Chronic takes a shot, Frosty sends it off. In first 15 seconds, it's Gen.G pressured.
First killer to bring it around, Reveal just right back out to first killer, who serves it up, and Reveal had it read all the way. Keeps that ball alive for Scribbles to run onto, but there's first killer. All the time in the world. Apparently Jack, fake going after Frosty, then turned on Reveal, but the Snowmen, wise to the tactics, they don't get phased by it this time. First killer will bring it to the back wall here at Neo Tokyo. A dangerous spot for him, but he handles it this time. And can he get this ball down in front, or is he just going to take a shot? Why not? Apparently Jack on the weak side, cleared out by Scribbles.
And this isn't going to stop the play here. Snowmen trying to make some sort of a play formulate for themselves, but Gen.G stop it in its tracks and head over to the other side of the field. Huge 50 there from Chronic, but Scribble's still able to get that save. First killer's up next. 2 touches, goes all the way across the backboard, one end to the other. Bumps coming onto Jack. It's Snowmen saying, get out of our half or we'll force you out. And Gen.G, they're not afraid. They're still going. First killer off the backboard. Follow-up from Chronic. It's a slow floater towards that net, and still Snowmen walk away with the saves.
Oh, this one just barely snakes through. Chronic, listen, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. As that one gets through Scribbles, a little awkward there, couldn't get to it. Chronic adds another to his tally, his 5th goal of this series. just about all of them have been high impact as well. I think they kind of forgot somebody when we were talking about MVPs earlier. Chronic has been amazing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel like Chronic is one of those players that that kind of gets respectfully slept on a little bit, especially when you have players like First Killer and apparently Jack on your team. These are two huge names. Abstract defensively is a masterclass, and then same can be said for First Killer on the offensive end. And Chronic is just that perfect balance in between that can do either when needed. And that's what we've been seeing throughout the series. And this one is all the way back. Chronic pops this one up for First Killer all the way around the corner. Frosty's trying to anticipate, and he pinches it down on the ground to try and go through, but Jack sends it back.
Yeah. Chronic's not that good. He's only scored 32 goals this weekend, more than anybody else. Here goes Frosty. Nope, he thought about it. Instead, had to backflip, and Reveal won that ahead to Scribbles. Opportunity to set up Frosty, but the pass not on target, and First Killer will clear it away. Reveal just a big boom downfield. He didn't have anything in the tag, trying to chase down Chronic. Kind of impressed that he got there. And then that ball played away from Frosty, and it feels like Gen.G almost not quite playing with their food. They still have to work for it here. But they are kind of baiting in Snowmen and just playing right over the top of them. They almost got punished for it, though, as Snowmen have something going on the attack. It's Reveal, relatively quiet since his hat trick in game 1. And that one cleared away by First Killer, only as far as Frosty. Some life here for the upstart squad, but they find themselves trailing in the series and trailing in this game, needing a goal to at least get to overtime, needing 2 to force a trip to Champions Field. Scribbles, infield pass, nobody there for it, and Gen.G continue to apply the pressure.
And you just see it over and over again. Snowmen, they get to the midfield, and as soon as they inch past it, they immediately get sent back into their half. This is just one of the rarer clears that we've seen. It's Reveal off the backboard, but Frosty just too awkward. It's a free shot for apparently Jack to catch them off guard. And again, I've said this time and time again, the moment Snowmen cheat up just a bit too much, Gen.G see it from a mile away and take full-fledged advantage.
Gen.G, a minute 27 away from dispatching 2 former NRG players in 24 hours. Snowmen trying to get back to work here. Reveal up to the heavens, doesn't have much to work with. And Scribbles and Frosty both come up. It's Frosty that takes over, and Jack not fooled one bit. Chronic up in the air, beats Reveal. Trying to disrupt Frosty as well as that goes back to First Killer. Gen.G have all the confidence in the world, all the comfort, and all the time to play with this ball. It's Chronic with apparently Jack running forward, only First Killer at the back now, and maybe a chance for Snowmen, but instead, that demo by Chronic just takes more time off the clock. Tick, tick, and the bomb's about to explode here in Snowmen's face.
Scribble's gonna take a shot. It's a wide one off the backboard. Reveal tries to make an angle off of it, but Chronic, again, he has been such an MVP for Gen.G throughout this series here, and you got 28 seconds to find 2 goals, and you're boxed into your own half. It's going to be probably more difficult than you could have imagined to try and catch up at this point. Chronic, massive 50, wastes precious seconds that the Snowmen would have needed to continue their journey on in Championship Sunday. But I think it's safe to say with 5 seconds left and a 2-goal lead, Gen.G are headed to their 3rd grand final.
Grass is green, water is wet, and we're on pace perhaps for another Gen.G G2 final. Gen.G have held up their end of the bargain. Some relief on the faces of all the members of Gen.G, and of course Chrome just in there like, see, I told y'all we'd win. He's gone from worst coach in the world to best coach ever, just like that. I've missed Rocket League, I really have.
It's honestly like the most Rocket League thing though, to you know, travel all over the place and then just fall up. That is Rocket League.
Gen.G, I don't know. I didn't write down their shots for one of the games. I don't think they had more than 10 shots in any of these games. Maybe in game 5 where they did have 4 goals, but they were around the 7 or 8 shots per game mark for the better part of this series. And they still find a way to outscore Snowmen coming down the stretch. They weathered that early storm, but in the end, It is way too much out of Jack, too much out of First Killer, and of course, way too much out of Chronic. Over 30 goals on the weekend, and he'll continue it with the grand finals. Who will Gen.G face? G2 SSG coming up next.
Come on, Jack, get me.
Nice play. All right, go.
There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. It's not
Gen.G Mobile One Racing dropped the first 2 games, and then they go on a torrid pace, scoring 11 goals over the last 4 games, and they storm back, winning 4 straight, on their way to another grand final here in North America. And here to talk about it is their new coach, Chrome. Chrome, congratulations on the win, sir.
Thank you, brother.
And it has been an eventful weekend for you, right? You take over this team, and the first event trying to shake off all the rust. Seems like you got it solved now going into the finals, but what has impressed you the most as you take over here with Gen.G?
I think what impresses me the most is how quick they can make the adjustments and are really, taking the criticism really well and not getting too upset and losing their head in the game. And we showed that we went down 0-2, we can come back, win 4 straight. That was just amazing to see from my point of view.
We've heard Seth, you talk about that with G2 a lot, how, he can be kind of brutally honest with the team, and, they take criticism well, they listen well. How nice is it to have a team that will buy into that with you, especially so quickly after you've taken over the job?
It's weird. This is definitely the best team I've ever coached in terms of like the grouping. Like everyone wants to learn. Everyone gives a criticism. Everyone doesn't take offense to anything that's said. And that's the hardest thing to find in esports is someone loses their head off one little, comment and doesn't understand that it's for the betterment of the team. And the fact that we could just talk about things, we can make adjustments so quickly, and that's what makes this team so deadly.
And you guys were under fire. You had a lot to talk about during that timeout after game 2. You're down 0-2 in this semifinal series. I'm sure you won't reveal too much about strategy, but what was the general vibe during that timeout while you're down 0-2?
Pretty much like we weren't playing the way we were supposed to in our game plan. A lot of it was we were letting them be comfortable on defense, and we had to make a few adjustments to eliminate that, and I felt like that's what really kind of made them panic more. And they realized, like, okay, we don't have freebies anymore. And once we realized that, once we get the positioning on point for us, it was over for them.
Jack and First Killer get a lot of attention. Of course, they were great during the comeback effort. Chronic's been great all weekend. I know it's tough to single out one player when you've got a team playing as well as a full unit as you guys are. But how has Chronic's performance helped elevate you guys through this opening weekend?
Man, he just whip out a play out of nowhere. Like, it's insane. And he's just so energetic, too. He keeps the vibes really high. The other guys just want to win as well with him. And he could just, he plays so under pressure. It's crazy to see.
Well, you've got G2 or Space Station next. Any thoughts about your former team and maybe a possible finals matchup?
I'd be surprised if they win, to be honest with you. Good luck to them.
Fair enough. All right, well, hey, Chrome, congrats again on the win. We'll let you relax with the team and await your opponent in the grand finals coming up.
Thank you.
The Snowmen brought their full strength, taking 2 games at the beginning of the series. Then Gen.G found their blowtorch, and it was over. Back to normal. Gen.G into the finals. The more things change, the more they stay the same. In North America, Hercules, Gen.G are going to play in another grand finals here.
I mean, it's expected. we saw it. It wasn't that I didn't want the Snowmen to win. I was very happy with how that series went. I think they should be too. I don't think they should be too hard on themselves. That's a very high pressure situation to go up against Gen.G in an attempt to take them out of a grand final spot. But at the end of the day, like Stack says, water's wet, grass is green, and Gen.G is in another grand final.
I mean, Bates, we were talking in the green room about how, yes, Gen.G wins this series, but the question was, can Snowmen match their Swiss level performance? And while they didn't get the win on Gen.G, my estimation of the Snowmen increased watching them in this match.
They're budding stars in North America wave. The fact that they've already beaten Gen.G one time, pushed them all the way to game 6. Herc, I heard you on the cast. You were just happy that Snowmen were pushing Gen.G to this point. And that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see out of these North American squads. At the moment, so far this season, it's been the G2 and Gen.G show with everybody else just playing second fiddle. The Snowmen proving and showcasing that they can do. Am I frozen? And proving and showcasing that
you can a voice in our head.
That they can do something is nothing short of sensational and exactly what they need to do in order to get the job done.
I'm just hearing voices just echoing around. It's like Bates is here with us, Herc, but I don't see him. I don't know where he went.
I don't know. Sometimes I go crazy when he's gone, and I think I hear him, but then I remember I can make my points without him.
He's here with us in spirit, folks. Let's take a look at the bracket here as Gen.G does advance to the grand finals. They will await the results of our next match. G2 versus Space Station. They have played each other so many times in the history of Rocket League, but we'll get to see them again here right now. G2 on a lengthy winning streak. I believe 5 matches in a row, Herc. It's going to be big work for Space Station. You know they want to take it here this 6th time.
Oh my goodness. Well, first off, shout out to Space Station for not having to play Gen.G again, but then you get faced off with G2. So in your mind, you should treat this like, all right, if we did make the grand finals, oh wait, is he coming back? If they did make the grand finals, this is what it would be like. This is almost like simulation time for SSG, and you got to take full advantage of the opportunity, right? So G2 are still G2 at the end of the day. They're on a rampage. They're unbeatable is how it seems. It's pretty much Space Station to try and make the upset.
It's pretty difficult in North America to make it to a grand finals without playing G2 or Gen.G. And if you did, everyone would call it a Mickey bracket. So no Mickey bracket here for Space Station. They got to go through the Kings of North America. G2 versus Space Station going to be our next semifinals. The winner gets to face off against the Tigers. So we'll talk about it, get into it here, and talk about what is, in your estimation, the biggest strength of this G2 roster for fans that are just tuning in for the first time this year and haven't watched the domination of G2, Herc. How would you describe it to them?
This is probably one of the most in sync North American teams that we have seen in a while. But not only that, I think what makes them so interesting is that, yes, they have their game plan, they've got their play style, but they also have these unique things that they do for each individual team in North America sometimes. They know what to correct or what to change and tweak just a little bit, if that makes sense. And I feel like that's what makes them so dangerous, but also the fact that Daniel has been able to grow on this new roster with these teams and has been given the space to, you know, be a threat, right?
Think you can get rid of me?
Back.
Look at that.
Speaking of
you know
threats.
what that was? It was the Gen.G boys. They went and messed up my camera. They went up, got a W, and they're trying to make sure that the G2 hype man isn't here to gas up G2. But just believe I'm back. I'm back. Space Station, they're also trying to sabotage as well. Unbelievable stuff happening here. But Herc, you were saying something about G2 or SSG. Keep going.
Yeah, I was just saying G2 are disgustingly consistent. Now I dare you to say something nice about SSG.
Oh, you want me to say something nice about SSG?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can say beautiful things about SSG. First off, they're an amazing organization. I absolutely love how much they love Rocket League. And also the team as well. I mean, you got Chicago, former G2 player. He's a great player, great midfielder, one of the best in the game. You got Hawkstar hitting great shots yesterday to reset, free flip, double top left corner over there on DFH Stadium. You needed some of that today. And then you got LJ. I hyped him up earlier. I think he's an MVP candidate so far throughout the whole entire qualifier. Great on offense, but even better on defense. He's been controlling the pace. They're going to need him to perform if they're going to be G2 right here.
Hashtag G2, hashtag SSG. Votes in the chat. Reminder, G2 currently on a 6-game winning streak after the games they played on Friday. We can put up our predictions as well as get the coin. See if the coin will maybe go blue on this one. We'll see. We are all going blue on the desk here. Every one of us has G2. Again, the history says that this is a match for G2 to lose, so the prediction makes sense. Let's see what the coin says. It went Space Station. It's still going orange, man. I did sit here and flip it during the last match, by the way. It did come up blue a few times, so it's not just always orange. But that is kind of crazy that it's always coming up orange. Maybe we need to get it out.
I feel like you got a weighted coin over there, Wade.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Wade. Wade, what is that?
This is weighted.
That's 4 matches yesterday, 2 for today. So it's 6 for 6 going orange.
6 for 6 going orange, yeah.
What are the odds of that?
I could just sit here and try and... Well, that time it came up blue, so I don't know. It didn't come up blue on camera. There's orange.
Maybe it just knows something we don't.
There's blue, so I don't know. It can come up blue. Chat's got blue as well. G2 here, gonna be going up for us. Maybe the coin loses one. Maybe the coin's the only thing getting it right here. Space Station gonna try and prove the coin right, folks. This time, they're in the top 4. They've made it further than they've made it the entire season, but at some point, you gotta go through the gatekeepers. Space Station versus the Samurai at G2. What's next?
The Kings of North America in G2 face a new challenger in the semifinal. SSG went out like a coughing baby in Swiss, but they need to go absolutely nuclear if they want to rewrite this script.
I love that analogy. Listen, Space Station Gaming, you get another shot against G2. You've already made it into the top 4, but you can't be satisfied here. You want more. Let's see what we have as this matchup gets started.
It's an exciting year if you're a G2 fan, especially Daniel coming down low, and you had Beast Mode already going for bumps on the Chicago.
Ooh.
But Hawks are forced to make the save. G2 coming out swinging off the kickoff.
Yeah, defense still handled on the side of SSG. And the way they've been working together, you want to see a little bit more of that team play incorporated here against the matchup with G2. Cutting out that midfield is going to be key, as you already see LJ getting involved with it. And then even Demos on the back end, just shutting down Atomic, not being able to allow G2 to get too much space.
You do not want to remember how this matchup went last time, and LJ got past a few defenders, forcing G2 to double commit, but for now, G2 seem safe. Space Station were only able to score, what, twice against G2 in that 4-game series the last time they met. So SSG gotta have way more offensive output if they can.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can break into the mold, really push G2 to the brink. Right now, both teams battling here for that midfield control. Good pinch out from Atomic all the way to the back wall, and LJ will pick it up to transition across the field. G2 now on offense, SSG working together here on the defensive end as Hoxer plays it close, looking for a 50 on Atomic. Chicago trying to bear down the lane, and SSG able to get some distance. They've been able to play up on that blue side for a strong portion of time here in game number 1, but you can't count G2 out just yet. Still a tied-up game, and SSG have not recorded a shot yet, despite all of their possession. As Daniel sets this one up, Beast Mode knocks it down! G2 score down the stretch.
Daniel is so free. The control to just get a little bit more air to buy time for Atomic to make the gap in the net, but this has been just a 3-man offense for G2. They know what they can get away with. They're one of the most confident teams in North America, and they're hungry for the crown. They're hungry for that rematch against Gen.G, and SSG will trail behind. But Chicago against his former team, up against Daniel, Hoxer in beast mode. LJ not able to get there first. We'll try to protect this back wall. Atomic stumble gets through.
Oh my God, Atomic! You can't give him this one for free. Has the double red all the way through. They tried to put 2 hands up, but it just wasn't enough. That is a top-tier player in Atomic.
Yeah, SSG gotta hope that the only hands that are coming up, it is not in a surrender position. SSG able to be as competitive as they can to try and weaken G2. Last time they went for a lot of demos, but that was a close call. Atomic redirect on wide. Presence for G2 in the midfield. Able to tip this further, but no one deep enough to continue the play. Maybe a chance for SSG to shrink back. Hoxer baits out the defender, but Atomic will get the touch to not allow the follow-up.
You have to be careful too if you're on the side of G2. Not trying to give up too many close opportunities here. They have been able to shut down SSG pretty well, but you are starting to see them try to fight for some more space. Halfway through this game though, G2 is sitting at 5 shots, 2 goals. Space Station Gaming has still not been able to record a shot on. As a bump on the play, Atomic scores another one. G2 move on full steam ahead.
Yeah, Hoxer did his best to try and react at this moment, seeing his teammate get bumped and dove across, but still, commendable effort out of SSG to save what they can, but leave everything else behind. They always have to, SSG are always forced to play so much defense against G2. Still able to get to the other half on occasion, but just a warm-up game for SSG. Right now, G2 in pure domination mode as Daniel from up high. Atomic will keep even the offense going. Beast Mode wanting to help out Atomic, but Hoxer breaks it up. Beast Mode just robs him. And Daniel kind of keeps LJ locked up. G2 won't even let SSG leave.
I mean, Beast Mode especially, he's been so consistent on getting to the ball so quickly. Anytime SSG look like they have some type of possession, he's always there in front to make things super awkward, and it's big time. Also, big shout outs to Daniel as well. He's got 2 assists this game. Been moving upfield, not necessarily needed in the shooting department, but everywhere else, he steps up and makes really big challenges that give G2 a lot of room.
That was a great pass from SSG just to even get in, and this is looking threatens double Chicago up towards the ceiling. Beast Mode on the backboard. Daniel hugging post. G2 are so good at limiting the off you could score from, and Hawks with the reset tries to get this down. Chicago steps up to buy some time patience. G2 still have their backs against the wall, and this escapes LJ. So the momentum gone for SSG.
Yep, momentum gone, and that's been the name of the case, though. Every time they've moved upfield, trying to develop an attack, they get pushed back from G2, have to play from their own back end, and again, not able to get anything anywhere in department. What a defensive display here from G2. Not only have they pretty much limited SSG to 0 shots, but at the same time, they've just been able to increase their possession gains, increase their shot count as well, and they have just been in full control. 30 seconds remaining. This game one has been all G2 domination.
It has. I'm wondering if SSG can get on the board. Things ramping up for them. Transitioning has looked a bit easier in the last minute, but they're learning how to crawl when you need to learn how to sprint, especially against North America's best. Even that 50 from Beast Mode is slowing things down to molasses as Chicago playing mind games against Atomic, but G2 have layers, and SSG have not been able to peel them back, not once. And G2 will have a commanding start to this series, and they want more, but finally, we end game one.
Big game one there for G2. I have never seen a display like that, and at least defensively, at least like around the midfield, where you have a team for a majority of the game. Chicago got shots in the final 10 seconds, and Hawks had another follow-up, so they'll be reported for 2. But they almost didn't get any that entire game. I mean, G2 really shut them down that hard. And also, I mean, their offensive goals were just so well done. From Atomic, again, a couple of goals from him, from Beast Mode as well. The level of efficiency, G2 are not playing around on Championship Sunday.
I noticed that the last series, just in the stats, SSG have been out-demoing G2 on many occasions just to try and break out of their own half. So they had some attempts of, SSG had attempts of passing to each other just to establish themselves in the G2 end, but you pointed it out as they didn't score, I think, through most of the first half. I don't even know what they really ended up with because the third player left from SSG, but just offense wasn't able to establish themselves when it comes to SSG.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing here is also just coming up with that midfield space. But even when they're in the upper third, being able to control the pace a little bit more. A lot of the times the ball was in the corner and SSG couldn't really hold on to it too well. They tried to see if they could set up plays, but you can tell G2's prerogative. Shut down the space, cut things off. We get to the ball faster than them, and that's the thing for SSG. They've got to turn up the speed here going into game 2.
G2 are good at slowing this down, kind of a fake kickoff. Put SSG almost in a scoring position, but when you lose Hawkser so early, then the last two just fell back, not wanting to take risks against G2, but LJ starts the drive, and this just rolls on in.
And they caught him out. G2 all sitting there. There's a bump on the play. So much space to work with there. And just a long clearance, nobody home. Space Station Gaming get on the board.
Maybe that's how you punish G2. You catch them looking confident, and you try to boot it up high. Fantastic job out of LJ. You see, has been trying to sync up with Hawkser when it comes to this midfield to, you know, G2 like to go high with the ball, and SSG sometimes have to sit back and watch, and that's how Daniel was able to score so early in game 1. SSG can't be bystanders in this moment. But looks like G2's defense not too tested yet. SSG trying to look for quality opportunities with that demo from Chicago. It says G2 behind, but with the clear, it's just G2 able to look comfortable again.
Oh, they are trying to utilize that free midfield, though. LJ couldn't get to the ball there at all. Hawkser did work getting past the first defender, but you got to be able to get a follow-up there. Now look at G2 with the possession the other way, just working together, playing this one off the sidewall. Atomic tries to get involved, but he gets bumped out of the way. Chance here for an attack on the side of Space Station Gaming, but Chicago gets taken out. And now it's Beast Mode's ball again, sending it straight back to SSG. This is what I mean when I say SSG have had a hard time just holding on to that possession. They get it pretty easily from G2, but when it comes down to people making those follow-up challenges, they're always too slow compared to G2, or maybe they're just getting bumped out of the way. G2's doing a great job of making them uncomfortable, though.
Yeah, when you're close to the ball, G2 will bump off of it. Can't really play too far and go for long passes because G2 have been beating SSG to the ball once the offense transitions quick enough. G2, I think after getting scored on, they're maybe going to play a more conservative third man, but SSG have a lead and have been able to kill time well. But midfield now for G2, able to break through. It's beast mode against LJ now to the corner. Stepping up is Daniel, not a lot of boost, but beast mode hugs the corner, forces even beast mode to come up to the ceiling, and Hawks are reasoned well to get it past them. And LJ, massive bump, beast mode, and Atomic still in the net. Atomic with the challenge, and G2 okay for now.
You guys might want to go back and look at that one too, just because LJ got bumped by beast mode and then turned that into another bump. That was just very, very well done. Great adjustment there from LJ. Didn't yield to it much results-wise, but still like to see that adaptation. You can tell this game is getting very physical. Lots of bump plays going around. We're halfway through, and G2 is now the one who hasn't been really in the scoring department. Only one shot from G2. Here's a shot from Hoxer. It's blocked away. If Atomic can get here fast enough, G2 can make a counterattack play. Trying to drop it straight down. Beast Mode can't get it, and SSG will maintain a 1-goal lead.
Oh, he tried, and even LJ and Hawkster put Daniel against the wall, and SSG extend the lead. Counterattack after counterattack, and SSG threw everything. They actually had a 3-man play in the last offense, but they just needed to be quicker. You said to pick up the pace, and now SSG are looking good.
Yeah, 3 different counterattacks back-to-back. SSG tries one, G2 tries to hit him back. SSG goes again. It was so much Rocket League, I ran out of breath. That's how fast this game has been going back and forth between the two. But this is great for Space Station Gaming. What an adjustment to be made that they did make in Game 2 now. And they're just trying to continue to keep that pace going. Chicago looking for the drop down. Hoxer doesn't want to commit, so he's going to buy time for LJ and Chicago to get back.
Hawks not committing there is smart. He was able to slow down the midfield presence, and SSG getting more creative and also just approaching the 50s differently and being able to have it look more even as SSG now have the lead with 90 seconds left. And G2 have looked threatening on their own too with the counterattacks that have been saved. And it's because you're not just looking at one threat out of G2, it's the follow-up you gotta worry about. A couple of close calls for G2 with that demo number advantage. Daniel can't beat the defender. Beast mode, can he get this before Chicago? No, so SSG break out.
Yeah, but LJ goes up for this. That's a straight drop down, but there's a bit of a double commit. Lots of scrambling here going on both sides of the field. Final minute though, SSG's the one in the best spot because of this. Hoxer playing it high off the ceiling. Beast mode, good read on there. Daniel, good follow-up as well, but it gets sent straight to LJ. This is exactly what Space Station Gaming want. They just need to run the clock, and they need to stop G2 up on offense. Good luck. The way G2 have played physically, they could be able to force an issue, but so far Space Station Gaming has been up to the task.
Now that SSG are playing the ball closer too, they have approached these challenges a lot better, as I've already mentioned. Okay, good save out of LJ. You don't want G2 to creep up on you in the last 30 seconds. And Ox are always... Oh, wait, Atomic just has a free net? SSG got a little too comfortable.
What did you just say? You said you don't want G2 to creep on you in the last seconds. And there they go. Daniel, good win. Atomic, full faith, turns on the ball. Punishes SSG for just getting a little too lackadaisical on the back end. 20 seconds to go here. You got to watch the kickoff.
Yeah, last play. G2 forced to play some defense. Chicago trying to cross from coast to coast. Daniel with boost. LJ, quick 50 to not let Daniel get the space. That's something that said G2 had too much free. SSG took that all away, and this almost got the SSG will sail by in game 2.
It was a great play towards the end where Beast Mode got that beat on Chicago to try to keep them. They weren't able to turn it into much. Good challenge there and just get the ball you need to do. You can see their line there, G2. They're putting out a leader on him, but SSG good of coming off of that long board early, but they continue to keep the speed up. They were beating G2 to a lot of losing, and on top of that, they were able to put up each other. People getting involved bump-wise, demo-wise. It was a fantastic game.
It really was, and I don't know how many games y'all think SSG can take? Can they make the big upset? I mean, this is SSG missed out on the last major by a couple of points, and being able to finally get out of the quarterfinal is boding well for maybe their chances for SSG to get to London. But how do they fare against a team like G2? They usually always face each other in Swiss. This is their first time encountering each other in playoffs, where the stakes are higher and the pressure is higher.
Yeah, it is very higher. And then you start to focusing on these things just like the second man challenges that are going to be a big factor here in this matchup. How fast you always have someone who can get that initial beat, but how is holding on to possession looking like? Are we just throwing the ball away because we're trying to beat them to it? Are we trying to play a 50 towards a teammate? These are going to be things that you have to start paying attention to when you play at both teams playing at such a high level. And you got to give SSG some credit too. That was a very dominant win in game 2. Maybe it's a sign of change here as SSG are trying to shake the top.
See how they can try and scramble the Kings of North America, as SSG having to connect on all fronts. Hoxer always has a lot of boost to play with, and maybe this allows him to contest these aerials that G2 go for. And oh, beast mode didn't catch that one in time. Chicago tries to get this away, and LJ sends it forward. Thankfully, beast mode gets back in time. Now it's just that scramble in the midfield where it's not G2 dominating this time, and that redirect was almost nasty out of Atomic, but a great save out of LJ comes out.
And this is a good sign for G2 to be able to set Atomic up with a shot like that, put in a good amount of pressure. There's Daniel now with a double across, and I believe Beast Mode is nearby. He takes this one up. Yeah, Chicago and Hawks are both on that back wall, just covering each other. Gets the pinch out, and G2, no, Atomic not able to hold on to that, so SSG will finally get some room up front. But for how long? This is going to be big for them to keep that possession going and forward. But again, lots of space, and you got to be able to control that if you want to stop G2.
I think SSG are just being more aware of the ways that G2 are trying to score, whether it's just these solo doubles coming through the post or having these drop down plays. SSG have shut down every single attempt, or most of them at least, only allowing 1 out of G2 in the previous game is crazy, as Hoxer just bullies Daniel forward. You love to see having Hoxer having that more commanding presence at the front, allowing SSG to just have more access to this real estate that G2 have been not allowing them to have for so long. Hoxer tries to just fake against Atomic, and Chicago adds and gets to LJ, but wasn't ready to cut this ball across quite yet. The play is still alive, and LJ wanted the drop down, but read better by G2.
But Space Station Gaming still holding on to this ball, and that's the biggest thing here. You see Hoxer, Atomic plays that one high. Beast Mode's actually off the ceiling, but doesn't get the best touch. Chicago bumps Atomic, so Daniel will play this by himself. SSG still holding on offense. G2 working out of this defensive zone. Can they get out? Can they stop LJ? He sets it up, and it'll go in. Space Station Gaming get the first goal, and here we go.
Yeah, and Bates pointed out LJ just being an MVP candidate. We highlighted him. He makes the magic happen. Just when all the G2 members are there too, usually SSG, they gotta just build pressure to crack through G2, but LJ, he's just the GOAT.
Okay, now that the goal is scored, Hoxer, I saw that. Okay, I saw that. We can make an excuse and say you're trying to give it to LJ, but you gotta hit those. He might hit this one. Oh, Atomic able to get there in time. Chicago plays this to LJ. LJ trying to get back mid. Hoxer's waiting in the wing, and this one will get past him, so I'll have to let it go. Still though, Space Station Gaming able to walk away with the first one here, and they've been able to lead for the past 2 games now. G2 haven't been able to fight back from behind so far this series, but there's a lot amount of time, 1:50 left in regulation.
Yeah, with SSG's defenders kind of running into each other, it was great that Hoxer was able to just get ball possession, and now a pass to Hoxer, heads to the back wall, and a double that Atomic denies. Getting real close. G2 know that the counterattacks are something you got to watch out for SSG. That's how you're able to score and get a lead. Hoxer to the ceiling, gets a touch before Daniel. Wanted to find LJ. Atomic there first. It's just about being quicker. And Beast Mode can't dangle this past LJ, wanting a handoff to Chicago. Atomic race back in time, and Daniel pops it up before Hoxer tapped it in.
Oh, I didn't think Hoxer was gonna go, and that was almost punished. He was sitting in a good spot. It was definitely a slightly risky play, but you saw what happened. Beast Mode had a free ball, tried to get the flip reset in, but just didn't get enough power behind it. If Beast Mode did, that would have been a perfect open net there for G2 to strike. Now G2 playing and not a lot of time behind. We're in the final minute, time ticking down. G2 gotta get going.
Man, G2 are trying to go for fakes and make their passes not look as obvious, because SSG have been shutting down so many opportunities, from the ceiling to Daniel to Atomic. And then this didn't have enough power, not enough bounce for G2 to find the rebound this time. But trying to force mistakes out of SSG has been difficult. SSG have had great defensive reads. But Daniel with a 50 win. I'll go back as Beast Mode didn't get that touch, and Atomic may get overwhelmed, but pops it to the side. Hopefully, and this just failed.
Hoxer slams it all through down the field. Daniel 2 forward, boost to get back, and he's got to watch it go in the back of his net. It was late in game 3. G2 needed to study forward on a play, but this time they got punished for overextension. And Space Station Gaming are going to take 2 straight games here against G2 Esports. And G2, you're starting to get those question marks now. Are SSG gonna make their trip into the grand finals? They're only 2 games away.
And that's not the first time, or maybe even the last time, that Space Station are gonna score by just having these hard centered out clears and punishing G2 for playing deep into that SSG half. So, you know, you don't see a lot of mistakes out of G2. There's not opportunities to punish them, if that, and SSG will creep by with 1 or 2 goals over G2, but to shut them out is quite a statement for SSG. I was not expecting a series lead in their favor, but I am so entertained.
Some people weren't even expecting them to get a game, let alone be in this position.
Yeah.
No timeout here on the side of G2. You look at the stats as well. The demo number has been very low. There's been a lot of bumps, but the demo number has also been low. And I think, you know, just G2 have had a tough time really being able to connect there on a couple of those physical plays. They have been able to get the bumps through, but Space Station Gaming have been able to cover for each other very, very well. If somebody's in a tough spot, they're always ready to pounce on the jump, and that level of speed has helped them out tremendously in this series. But now G2, we're gonna have to make some adjustments here, because right now it does feel like Space Station Gaming have gotten their number. They've limited their shot opportunities. They don't really seem too scared in the back end. They've been playing very quick and challenging Rocket League, to where G2 now are behind in the series.
Yeah, G2 may force you to play some defense, but SSG have looked amazing on that front. Just an LJ solo, the counterattacks, punishing G2 on extension. Just SSG have to just deny G2 when they start suffocating them. Now Hoxer just getting this to LJ. He's looking a bit awkward on the ball. Atomic, gotta be careful for him in these setups. It's now Daniel with 40. Trying to just guide this to the side, but who's waiting for him is a defender from SSG. So G2, as soon as they step forward, SSG are ready to trip them up.
All about that start here too. How will G2 work on that front approach? See Beast Mode up early. Look at Chicago, so quick to challenge Atomic, who's very close to the ball. Didn't expect the Chicago to go for it. Now that one played off the back wall, a little bit of space given to G2, but Beast Mode knocks that so much further away. He has to play catch up there on the 50, which means it's gonna be Space Station Gaming ball, and G2 are starting to play reactive instead of dictating the pace.
These G2 are doing a great job of hugging the sides of their net. This being dropped off to Chicago, and Daniel gets in the way, and G2 salvaged that moment.
They salvaged it because Chicago doesn't hit the ball. What happened? It was a free look. Of course, you had 2 missing. I think Chicago was playing the touch. Lots of respect there for G2 on the play. But Reed finally nails the shot. And Space Station Gaming in front again.
Chicago heard you getting mad at him. Denied G2 from getting out, locking them down. SSG now with the lead, and they continue to shut out G2. Forced timeouts available, not even needing it. SSG downloaded what they needed to do against G2. LJ carrying this and bringing speed. Daniel trying to slow it down. Atomic shoved and still saves the moment.
Now you're starting to wonder on the G2 camp, what's going wrong? I mean, I don't think there's things going wrong, but I mean, honestly, it's just what's going right for Space Station. The way they've been playing here has just been phenomenal. Defensively, good stop there from Hoxer. Daniel wants to be able to keep this one in, looks for the net. Hoxer there. SSG has been covering for each other really well. They let Beast Mode get this touch here, and they just know that they have control. They're very confident on the ball, and it's showing.
Atomic with some big wins against 2 defenders, but needing that second man in a better position to strike quick and strike early. Because G2 need to find something, and this is uncharacteristic to see them in this position. Now G2 ready to sail. There is Daniel. The flick to Atomic, the double off the corner in front of the net. And Hoxer doesn't get the touch, but all 3 defenders of SSG are there. And G2 not going for demos and needing to find these bumps to go for gaps. And Daniel to beast mode, down low, sinks it.
Great pass play from G2 up front. Daniel forces Hoxer to pop it, gets a good follow on his touch. LJ can't get there in time, but the follow-up shot from Beast Mode is so quick. G2 on the board. We're all tied up in game 4.
This is, you thought was like Coughing Baby versus Nuclear Bomb, but SSG have leveled up since that Swiss encounter. Those were low-scoring games too. These are 2 very competitive teams. SSG trying to do everything they can to get as far into the LAN or into this tournament so they get more points to get to LAN. And G2 mounting pressure. Daniel not able to connect to Beast Mode, waiting for his opportunity. Bumps Hoxer off the ball. G2 from the ceiling. Beast Mode with the demo in net, but who's gonna go for the shot? G2 not going for the 3-man bullying. SSG have punished them on extensions before. Beast Mode reads what LJ is up to, and SSG keep their heads above water.
Oh, Daniel has a chance here, gets the bump, and Beast Mode tried to see if he could get a read. Atomic does go, not a lot of boost, so he's buying time. What thing is, especially what I noticed when they were down 1 goal, is they're not committing everybody up on the ball. Someone like Beast Mode or Daniel is sitting back, waiting and trying to see if he can bait Station Gaming to give them possession. Either take that possession in a spot, but oh, wait a minute! Just on a dime, lines up a double, stunning the G2 defense.
And Chicago with the demo too, and Beast Mode does what he can. The ball, but SSG's kicks are so fast, and this is 2 tripping up over themselves, not able to race low on defense. And SSG will have a lead, and if they keep this up in the next 60 seconds, they'll go to series point and have a chance to deny a shot at the throne for the first time in a while from G2. But G2 have stayed in that shadow for long enough.
Frustration might be setting in here on the side of G2. Beast Mode was so close to that last play, but ended up hitting the crossbar, unable to make the stop on the double. Now, they've got to send something here. 30 seconds remaining, only so much time. They're trying to play smart here. But SSG, no. You just have to play the 50 game, get to the ball faster, get a strong clearance, and they'll just kill the clock. That demo helps. Chicago has no boost, gets a light touch. Daniel got it! Daniel with the equalizer!
Oh, and G2 smell blood in the water. They will deliver, even with the demo. And Chicago stuck, like you said, with no boost and no hope. You just needed to not choke in that last minute. 20 seconds. And SSG, can they get this back? G2 close to equalize the series too. They can save this moment. Beast Mode with the demo. Number advantage. Daniel to the ceiling with the drop down to Atomic! It's Nuclear!
What a play! Beast Mode gets the initial bump, is on the back wall, takes out LJ. It's an open net, and no one able to stop the setup from Daniel. In the final seconds, G2 rise to the challenge.
And that's what it is, a challenge. Not one you would expect. And this next kickoff has to be big for SSG if they want to tie. And LJ had troubles going up the wall, so precious seconds go by. And Hoxer gets the ball denied. G2 steal away the game.
Yeah, they stole it. They absolutely stole it. The way they did that, I mean, it looked like we were going to see Space Station go on match point. I'm pretty sure some G2 fans were sweating when the game had started, just seeing, again, SSG come out swinging. You talk about their offense here. Look at their shots. 3 shots, 2 goals. They're super efficient when they're in the offensive front. They've been like that the entire tournament. So is G2. But that was just when they get their opportunities, they make the most out of it. And for a while, G2 were battling from behind. But man, you talk about clutch. And that is G2 stride. We take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay. You see SSG kind of set the tone, but you see G2 strike back every single time.
Usually SSG have been so good at identifying where the next threat is coming from, hence why they shut out G2 in the previous game. And then the one moment they had a 1 second delay, Daniel and the rest of G2 will score on you. What a game this has been. What a comeback for G2. And just even needing to be in a comeback situation is insane. But now we have a tie series, and we'll see who will get ahead in this next game, where G2 Destiny is to go to grand finals. And will SSG be the ones to deny that?
This is going to be a big challenge here for Space Station Gaming. Winner puts the series on match point. We will have a guaranteed Game 6 on Neo Tokyo. But the question remains, G2 may have stolen the game, but can SSG, how much more of this do they have in the tank here? They've been playing strong Rocket League against G2 for pretty much the entire course of this series, and they've been ramping up, but you're starting to see G2 really find each other. Look at the passing between Atomic and Daniel so well, but good block out from LJ to keep this one 0-0.
And going for these quicker, lower passes. G2 have had so many options, from attacking the sides of the post to going up high to Hawkser with the reset, and Chicago wanting to just dunk this in. LJ will keep the play going, but what a challenge out of Atomic to make that space. Thankfully, SSG had 2 members on the neutral, and Hawkser returns it right back where it came from.
Are you kidding me, LJ? Are you kidding me? Hawkser, first of all, great pass right off the ceiling. LJ, he basically could have scored that. Hawkser secures the goal, but that one should belong to LJ. My goodness, that's a big-time player right there.
My God, SSG just making G2 think twice. Needing to have a pillar in the midfield to stop SSG from getting away with stuff like this, and there's LJ. Just throwing and booting this out. Now starting to steal boost. That's how you can slow down a team like G2. For now, Chicago and Hawkser accomplish the pass. Can't just have the red carpet towards the net. SSG gotta break them apart. Beast mode to Atomic. No, Hawkser intercepts.
This is stunning. I've loved it though. I have absolutely loved what I'm seeing out of Space Station Gaming. Even with G2 being able to respond, having them look a little awkward on defense, SSG's offense just feels so fluid. And the way that all the guys have been playing on the field has just been nothing short of phenomenal. Let's see how long they keep it up for. It's a lot of time here left in game number 5 as SSG trying to continue to extend that score line. G2 now are battling to fight back. They've been down, I want to say, the last 3, if not 4 games this series. SSG's always scored first.
And holding on to that lead is a different story against a team like G2. And both teams have done a good job of stopping any rebounds. Now G2 want to mount this pressure, but Daniel playing too close, so SSG take the ball high. Atomic has been good at shutting down every play and at least slowing it down out of SSG as we enter the second half. Low scoring game affair, just like in Swiss, with that demo favoring G2. Beast mode now surrounded by defenders. Atomic giving a chance for Daniel to make a play, and that gets denied by Hawkser.
Have to be careful though on the side of SSG. Very low boost here. But look at that pinch out. Now Daniel has to use some boost to get back into the play. Beast mode getting a touch out. Atomic couldn't get a bump on LJ, so LJ can follow this one up now. Try to make things awkward. He gets a bump on Beast mode, but it's a good clearance from Atomic, forcing Space Station Gaming back, but they've got a lot of room here in the midfield. Solo play after solo play. What can Daniel do? High off the ceiling, gets the double, but it's not on target. Atomic follow-up will be blocked away from Chicago. Beast mode in an awkward spot, but he's keeping this play alive. He gets it to Atomic, but Atomic can't connect. Could have been a chance for G2 to get on the board.
It's tough for G2 to get these passes going. SSG really limiting those options. Oh, Daniel with the bump! But there's layers. SSG have backup plans. Plan B all the way to Z to stop every shot that has come out of G2, which is now at 8. 8 shots out of G2. And still nothing. Looking like shutout territory as SSG enter the blue half. Not enough power on this ball for LJ, but he stops the transition, forces Beast Mode to take a step back, but he buys time for G2's defense to get comfortable again.
How much more can G2 throw at him? Atomic now. Flip reset. Oh, force 2 up. Beast Mode, free ball. Trying to play the double, but Hoxer got back in time. Hoxer looks for a double off the sidewall. SSG, a little bit of room here, but they got to fight Daniel for possession. Chicago, no boost as he goes up, but he's able to get it past Atomic. So now Beast Mode has to take it from his own back wall. Space Station Gaming have a big, strong hold here in this game, but the fragile lead of 1 goal means all G2 have to do is break out once. Daniel trying to lead that, gets the musty Atomic pre-flip, but he didn't actually have enough boost to make connection with the ball. 30 seconds remaining here in regulation. We've seen G2 score late. We saw it last game. Can they do it here? Drop down, Daniel, bang!
And that ties the series in the last 20 seconds. Atomic does it again to Beast Mode and back to Daniel. The trifecta offense from G2 that we love to see. And it was all or nothing. They knew they had to commit. They had to risk it for the biscuit. And SSG could not respond, but they have 20 seconds to do so. LJ getting this back to Chicago, and Daniel on his trail, harassing them. Beast Mode hoping for the dunk. SSG go forward. Mistouch, but at least Chicago steps up, maybe being called off the play. Here comes Daniel and Beast Mode at the 1 second mark with the demo. Chicago wants to stop the ground. Daniel keeps it going. And Hawks are shoved off. Somehow this is still going, but we go to OT.
Overtime here. Winner puts the series on match point. This series so far has delivered, and it continues to. Chance here, LJ got the bump! Chicago scores! Space Station Gaming put the series on match point!
This Atomic kills it in the midfield, and LJ, the lead blocker, enabling Chicago to get the OT winning goal against his former team. And 1 game closer to upsetting G2 out of the semifinal, an earlier exit than expected. Holy cow, what a series we have.
I can't believe this. I genuinely can't believe what we're watching here. Space Station Gaming, wow. Even with G2 striking back late, they keep things solid there off the kickoff. They play it close. LJ, great idea to go for the bump there, creating a lane for Chicago. And every time G2 hit them, they hit them back twice as hard. Space Station Gaming want this series. They want the grand final. And if G2 are not up to the task, they will take that top spot away from them.
Just G2, that passing plays and trying to just force a mistake out of SSG. They haven't been able to land those passes, and those are those opportunities that G2 have been able to strike down every team in their path thus far until now. So G2 forced to take a timeout to rethink why are we not scoring more when we have 11 shots?
Right, they have 11 shots, but I mean, Space Station's defense has been set pretty well. They've been looking for each other. I mean, the way that their transition game has been pretty solid. They've been playing super fast Rocket League. They're making G2 look awkward in a couple of situations. And of course, we do have a timeout here for G2 as they get ready for Neo Tokyo. And you got to think, they've been, you said it, you called out how many shots they had earlier on. They've been locked in offensively, but it has not been enough. They're making, this is the 2 games now where they've had last-second goal-scoring opportunities that have either equalized or have to win. They have had to fight down to the final seconds to get going. And for them, they got to figure something out here. Things can't keep going on the way that it has been, because otherwise, the Space Age Gaming look like they're going to be able to take this one. G2 backs against the wall right now.
And in Swiss, we applauded that G2 looked in almost perfect form. This was the best Swiss G2 have performed in, only dropping 1 game out of all their series. And SSG, on the other hand, they're the ones who had to battle through a couple of rounds, going the distance against teams that Well, aren't G2? And look how leveled up Space Station looked. This is the best SSG has looked in a while. And what incredible performance now to go to series point with an upset on the line.
I'm pretty sure I can confidently state and accurately state this is the best Space Station gaming I've looked all season. Wow. LJ trying to start this one off, forcing Daniel to try to get a demo out. G2 down in the series. A chance for a top 4 exit. Atomic not happy with it though. First goal to G2.
G2 just hugging the ball close, getting LJ in an awkward spot, and Daniel getting the ball away from the defender to set up the team. G2, when they all commit all of those offensive members, they know they gotta hit quick before SSG clear and have anything to say about it. And this is the first time in a while that G2 get to smile and have a lead, especially after that timeout. The first offensive kick, it worked out.
It did, but this is also big too. This is the first time in a while G2 have scored first. Now they get to dictate the pace a little bit, and you see them still on the offense. Daniel and Atomic both go for the same ball, though. They have to be careful not to overexert themselves on that offensive stretch. SSG has a strong counter. As you can see right now, they're trying to set something up here, and LJ will have to buy time. No, he gets demoed out to play. Hoxer, no boost, has to stop Atomic. Atomic tried to play the dunk, didn't work out. Good save from Hoxer.
And good protection on the back wall. SSG's defense has been stoic. They've just forced G2 to pull out all the stops, to play the mind games with the fakes, to try and force G2 to pass, which they struggle to execute on a consistent level. Well, that's because SSG are forcing you to play perfectly too. Where it's usually G2 that are relentless when it comes to their offense. But Daniel crossing the ball across, and this is dangerous. Atomic with the 50 win that LJ catches perfectly. Now against Daniel, just tries to bump him off. LJ gets rid of it quick enough. Chicago slows down G2.
Hawks are trying to get a flip reset. Atomic was privy to it, able to get it cut out. Space Station Gaming looking for a way in. G2 sending them back home. Beast mode, board down and in.
What a shot! G2 haven't been able to get something like this. Nice that they gotta land the passes, and they do from the tip of Beast Mode's car. And across, bar down, as you said. That's difficult. G2, the most commanding lead they've had in a while. And SSG, scoreless, 2 minutes down. Now LJ watching Daniel, getting it past one. Chicago ready up the back wall, needs to communicate with LJ as Hoxer can't get to this ball first. But SSG take this step by step with a 50 that lands perfectly in Hoxer's lap, but 2 defenders in his way, forcing them to go high.
Awkward.
Chicago senses that too and gets G2 scrambling for it. Now Chicago looks for bumps, but LJ didn't recover the ball, so heck, Hoxer, let's go for a play, and G2's backs are against the wall.
Yeah, once again, SSG's knocking at the door halfway through this game. They haven't been able to get anything going. Hoxer's the only one with shots, 2 shots and 2 saves. That's all they have numbers-wise. On the side of Space Station Gaming, chance though, they're looking for that counterattack. G2 trying to control the midfield, but Chicago has a free ball as he plays that to the back wall. Good touch there from Daniel to knock it out, and Atomic sails it all the way downfield. Daniel, control, and good challenge from Chicago. Maybe SSG can even get a counter here. Beast Mode won't be able to get back in time, but thankfully for him, the shot is off target.
Would have been an insane double if Atomic hit that, but now leaving it to a second person, bought time for SSG. The defense to reestablish itself as Hoxer gets Beast Mode now into the corner. G2 with possession, but just trying to boom this out of their half. But G2 is starting to panic with SSG still hunting for their first goal. But G2 have just had this wall in front of their net, and Hoxer with the double saved by Daniel. Very close.
Oh, Chicago running low on boost. Got it through. No, LJ couldn't make contact. Ball will go away. Space Station Gaming so close on that drive, but it just couldn't amount to a goal. They've got to try again, but this is a prime spot for G2 to be in. They can play the 50s out. They can go for these long clears and these long solo plays to just kill the clock and force a game 7.
Daniel, now 1v3, demos 1, got SSG panicking here on the back line as They cannot afford to let anything else through. They've made G2 panic defensively, but SSG need to transition. They need to make this happen. LJ with a good win there. Causes Beast Mode to get up high for it. Daniel down low to Hawkser. Need SSG to be aggressive here. And at least getting the demos works out. You remove 2 from G2, 35 seconds. SSG need to score here and now, or we're going to game 7.
The 50, but Chicago too far away, so Beast Mode's gonna get the clearance. G2's gonna start getting boosted up as they get ready to cut off Space Station Gaming for the remainder of the game. We have to see some magic, and we are not seeing any. We are only seeing one thing. That is G2 domination, as they are going to force game 7. That's a big-time goal for Daniel.
With the side of his car too, what a read. And G2 after the timeout just completely flipped this around. Their offense and output, it's finally able to generate the goals that they really want. And leaving SSG scoreless, I think, is what really sticks out to me. They've had close calls. Maybe Chicago can have a send away here, but we'll go to game 7 with G2, the confidence reinvigorated.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off the way they ended it, just in control. Quick goals, good pacing and speed, and also just being able to limit the opportunities from Space Station Gaming. That was the G2 you expected at the start of the series. The timeout worked out great from Sathu. Now we end up having a timeout on the side of Space Station Gaming before we get into game 7. Because again, that was a pretty big loss for them, especially how this series has been going. They need time to talk it over. They cannot afford to keep G2 on that same pace, getting in the Champions Field.
And I think what they really needed to talk about was those passes and how they can set each other up well, or how to communicate what the play is going to be. It's been hectic because SSG are forcing a faster pace of play. And just right off the first goal, G2 had a pass, I think it was to, I forgot to who, but it's one of them. Daniel, Atomic, and Beast Mode both had a goal each. And G2, the synergy, the chemistry has already been improved so much after that timeout. And even get shots from the midfield, they brought out all the stops.
Yeah, they have. I mean, just been super quick. Daniel's been big on the assists here for G2, and he's been continuing to set them up very well to give them a lot of open looks. So has Beast Mode. We talk about the end of, I think it was game 5, where you just had Beast Mode, 2 back-to-back demos to be able to set up a lane. They're all playing for each other on the side of G2, but they really elevated the speed in game number 6. SSG just felt like they were caught out. They didn't know where to be, and that ultimately led to them being out of position plenty of times. When they were on offense, sometimes they had clear shots and they just simply missed the mark. They've got to be able to clean that up, because next game goes to whoever wins next game goes to grand finals. It's that simple.
It's been so back and forth. G2 with a game 1 shutout. SSG at the response. Then they started to pick things up. G2 stayed in their shadow throughout the whole series. We go to game 7 with G2 getting back into form. Execution, leveling up, and SSG. It's all up to this. Can they have the upset of just their franchise lives here? At G2, they seem destined for the throne. The script, no one had any doubts G2 would not only make it to the final, but win the whole thing after what they put out in Swiss. But SSG have revealed those cracks in the armor.
No timeouts, no room for error. Only one team can go on to the grand finals between Space Station Gaming and G2. Here we go. Oh,
Tommy with the reset. Holy cow. Off the cross. And I like that SSG go for demos. They were a demo-heavy team against G2 in the past, trying to destructure them, trying to make them uncomfortable. And they decided it was less about the demos and more about playing quicker, as you said before. That's a big win from Atomic, getting this close to the net. And G2 not just relentlessly attacking the ball this time, but waiting for more quality opportunities.
Oh, Beast Mode, he didn't get that boost. He wanted to see if he could get the mid-boost timer to get a solo play. Couldn't do it. Now the ball will go the other way. SSG trying to make G2 uncomfortable. Chicago starts this one off. Goes to Hawkser, picks this one up, but Beast Mode quick to cut it out. Daniel plays that one down into the corner, and Space Station Gaming sail it all the way back downfield. They're not trying to get that consistent G2 pressure into space. We know G2 knows how to break down some of the best defenses in the world. SSG has been up to the task, but there may be a chance here if Daniel can get there. No, Chicago, what a save!
What a save! Oh my god, and what a clear two previously when G2 had a demo that could have been a dangerous position for SSG to be down a man in that spot. Now, Hoxer, LJ working together. Hoxer being called off. Chicago looming below beast mode. Let's now pitch this off the wall. LJ couldn't slow it down. Here comes G2. How do you approach Chicago here? Atomic kills the ball to Daniel to the right side where beast mode awaits his opportunity. With reset with two defenders. SSG, hold on.
They hold on, but only for a moment. That clearance from LJ goes straight to beast mode. LJ couldn't get a piece of it. Chicago last back, trying to give it to Hoxer. Hoxer with some control. Maybe a chance for Space Age Gaming. Hoxer's looking for bumps. He gets a demo on one for Atomic. Beast mode now, still on top of the ball. Got the flip reset over. Hoxer in a tough spot. Gets that one high. Chicago should be able to beat out Daniel and place it off the ceiling looking for a 50 on Atomic. That gives SSG a little bit of room. But Hoxer, a bump on the play. Chicago almost got a bump on beast mode, but he jumped early enough to be able to cut things out. You're watching both these teams try their best to see if they can set up an open look. Atomic trying to nail the shot, won't be able to get there. Chicago, another save from him.
But G2 still attacking this ball and playing in that orange half. It's now Hoxer just buying time, but LJ and him were low on boost, needing to just take a second to breathe. And Daniel trying to choke them out, and with Atomic getting close, he gets stopped right at the goal line. And SSG keep themselves afloat for now, but G2 want to sink this once and for all to Atomic, to the back wall, to beast mode. What a denial from LJ. And you heard it, he looks even better on defense.
He's looked good. SSG though, low on boost. G2 trying to play around it. The defense has just been so good for Space Station right now. Oh, big 50 win too there for LJ. Chicago's got boost in the back end, and he may be able to control this and get it out for SSG. He loses the 50. Atomic gets there quickly. Beast mode, bang! Beast mode scores. G2 in the lead.
Beast mode goes X Games mode, but Daniel sets it up, allowing Atomic and Beast mode to add to the equation. And the Triforce of offense of G2, the Kings of North America, lead in Game 7 with less than 2 minutes to go. But SSG off the kickoff. Chicago can get that touch first. But LJ's a pillar in the back that won't let it be open, but he needs help. He's into 2-on-1 as Atomic gets the demo. LJ stopped at the midfield, but G2, we're looking to weaken that defense. SSG has stopped everything thus far, and G2 want to box them in.
Can they get out? They got to have a sense of urgency here, but they got to be also careful at the same time. Time is going to tick down here for SSG. G2 are exactly where they want to be. They're even being a little bit more deeper in the rotations, not necessarily going too aggressive, but while just trying to keep SSG in their spot. Oh, Beast Mode scored that. That could have been a big-time goal for G2. Final minute. Space Station Gaming struggling to get out of their own half.
See if LJ can lead him to that using a reset, and Atomic just very patient on how to approach that from the midfield, giving a chance for Beast Mode to get the touch. Atomic taken. Chicago will save it off the cross, follow up by Daniel. Beast Mode using most of his boost to just try and have the drop down. The rest of G2 had escaped. But G2, the offense wants to get momentum, but Chicago helps them break through to set up to LJ to look for the bump up to Atomic. Where's the follow-up out of SSG? LJ can't do it all on his own.
Needs a little bit of help, but wait, he might get the free ball. LJ up, Atomic up to meet him. Challenge goes straight to Chicago, plays it over Beast Mode. Daniel awkward, Chicago, no, he couldn't get it mid. Hoxer has to keep this play alive. Final 10 seconds. SSG, the ball gets sent away, and their hopes of making the grand final maybe get sent away with it. This one off the back wall. Can they keep it up? Beast Mode with the challenge. Daniel gets the win, and G2 stride to the grand finals.
And this is Destiny. They are undeniable. They will not yield. And G2 return to the finals. Like you said, in Game 7 Fashion 2, SSG put up such a fight. They were in the series lead. SSG were on match point, and it was G2 that had to come back. Not only in the series, but in the games themselves. And after the timeout, G2 were the ones that were able to just reset mentally and on the field, and that's all she wrote.
Man, that was just a semifinal.
What a series.
What a series. I mean, you gotta give credit to Space Station Gaming that series. They played phenomenal Rocket League, and that's exactly what you want to see out of Space Station Gaming coming into this first Open Qualifier. They played so close. They had G2 on the brink. They had this series on match point in Game 6. Hey, but G2 just were able to battle back time and time again, and SSG couldn't close the series out. We don't know if that things will change in the future, but the future does look bright for Space Station Gaming. There's been a lot of Rocket League. This series demanded greatness from Space Station. They delivered, but ultimately, G2 Stride have a ticket in the grand finals with Gen.G Mobile 1. We gotta take a break. We'll be back with more Rlcs.
Come on, guys, get me.
Oh, nice play. Alright, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. It's not
it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. It's the same two teams. A tale as old as time. G2 will play against Gen.G in the grand finals, but this might be the hardest G2's had to work for it to get to this point in a long time. Space Station, the clear number 3 in North America, making G2 sweat and have to play it out in game 7 there, even down to the wire to get to that grand finals here. Space Station trying to make it happen here. Bates, I'm genuinely annoyed that you're right now.
You know what I'm right, Wave? Wait, listen, I'm not annoyed that I'm right. First off, before I even get on the G2, because we can talk about them all day, I do want to give some major props to Space Station Gaming. SSG kind of took a page out of Europe's book. Great, consistent defense, just trying to get 1 goal on you, 2 goals on you, off the counterattack or off just clinical offensive opportunities, and that's really all it takes. Look at OJ right there, just beautiful, and it really just made G2 Stride have to play such pristine offensive capability. They just had to be on their best of the best in those final few games to get over SSG squad.
Yeah, I seem to remember you not liking teams who play too much defense, but
I don't.
not when it works against G2. That was such a fun series, and a lot more higher scoring for SSG, who had issues. I think only had 2 goals against G2 in Swiss, and this, I was not expecting this to go to 7. So yeah, what a series.
You know,
I mean, this was the crazy one. When it goes in, it's like, oh, they win overtime in game 6. Lots of crazy stuff happens on Neo Tokyo. We've seen lots of teams choke here, but G2 hold on, able to force Champions Field.
It sure did, Wave, and it was really just the offensive. I know we messed around with the heat maps from M80 because they're always inside the near post, but SSG's heat maps, especially within the last 2 games, had to have a lot of time over in their orange half because G2 just kept keeping up the pressure, keeping up the shots. SSG, they didn't have that many opportunities like they did in games 1, 2, and 3, and that really just made all the difference. I think they did prove and showcase to the world, though, that they are here. They are on or very near the level of G2 Gen.G, and they keep on getting better and better throughout the season.
They're getting up there, and we finally have a 3 in our bracket. We go to game 7. Enough of the sweeps there. It's been a good day of matches so far. It's 2 competitive matches, and we've seen G2 versus Gen.G in a grand final so many times here. We're in for a treat. We know this one's going to be competitive. Which team is going to have the spice and the clutch? Who's going to have the ice today? That's the only thing we've got left to find out, folks. The Battle of the G's, G2 versus Gen.G for your grand finals of Open Qualifier number 4. I mean, Lemon, where do you want to start? Who do we want to talk about?
Oh, it's tough. Both these teams have gone back and forth on LAN and online, where Gen.G, I don't think this is a one-sided affair for G2, especially with how they were taken to 7. Yes, we can compliment Space Station all we want, but it's G2 not looking perfect. And this is Gen.G also having a comeback since they're rocky road of a Swiss. I think Gen.G looked better in their semifinal, but G2 are still the ones to fear.
I mean, Gen.G on the win streak right now, but G2 also maybe more warmed up right now. Gen.G has had to sit and watch that best of 7. Best of 7 taking as long as possible too, getting as cooled off as much as possible here. So chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag G2, hashtag GGM1. We'll make our predictions up here. We'll talk about how it's going to go. But it's, I don't know. I feel like G2, that momentum they're bringing into the series right now, it's got to mean something here.
Time out. Let's stop with the momentum. Let's stop with all that nonsense. Because guess what? There's only one fact that everybody here needs to know. The last 3 times these teams have matched up, there's been one winner. And that winner is Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing, baby. Listen, Bates, you thought you were going to see her by yourself and talk about G2? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Listen, the more I see you cherry picking your facts, cherry picking your stats, because trust me, I'll give you the better fact. Last time these teams played in the tournament was over in Copenhagen. One team was in the grand finals. The other one, they lost in the quarterfinals. DeMar, you care to answer that question? Which team was in the grand finals in Copenhagen?
Which team lost to Gentlemen in 6 and which team lost to them in 7?
Which team was in the grand finals?
Listen,
DeMar,
you got a better bracket.
Comparing quality losses.
All I'm saying is that right now G2 is feeling good. And Gen.G, listen, these are the two best teams in North America. Without question, the coin's about to flip for G2. Look at it. It's going blue. And DeMar, now you're in trouble because the coin's on base's side. And when the coin's on base's side, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You got the machine 2.0. The machine 2.0
That's the first time
G2.
the coin's gone blue on stream.
I know, exactly. Roll our predictions too.
Earlier today. Yeah, that's right.
Let's see our predictions. Let me see what I'm looking like. Where we at, Wave?
Yep.
Wave? Oh, there we go, Lemon. There we go, Lemon. That's good. That's good right there.
Okay,
That's good.
to be fair, I said G2 would be the winner when we started the day. Before we saw what happened in the semifinal, I actually changed my pick to Gen.G.
Okay. Flip that.
So
Production, flip her over then. We don't even want to see that no more. We don't even want to see that no more. Production, flip her to Gen.G. Flip her to Gen.G.
No, to counter that, I did the exact opposite. I watched G2 ice it up in Game 7 just now. They're coming in hot. I switched my pick to G2 just now. So, and I had Gen.G winning at the top.
Great. Everybody's flip-flop.
We got every story here.
They're flopping all over. No one's consistent.
Flopping all over the
At least
place.
we're consistent, Bates. Good lord.
I know, in fact, at least you know where I'm going. Everybody in the world knew where I was going. DeMar, why do you think Gen.G's gonna win? Well, give me a 5-word answer.
5-word answer? I mean, I just told. Well, let me see. 5-word answer. Chrome, Chronic, First Killer, Abjact, Dazzering. That's all I need.
Why are you in Bro thinks he's part of the team.
He just went now, folks. We're ready to get into the gameplay. You've got G2 just barely. We are split and confused on the desk. We don't know where it's going to go, but there's only one thing that matters. The gameplay we are about to witness. Get up and get loud. For the title of Open Qualifier 4 champion, it's G2 versus Gen.G.
Well, I'm sure glad we had that discussion on the desk about who was a better loser in Copenhagen. You show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. We're here to crown a winner here in this 4th qualifier, the first of the second half of the season. Gen.G and G2 will go at it again, and here we go.
A matchup tale as old as time as far as North America is concerned. We have seen these two face off what feels like a million times at this point. And you're right, we're not here to see who has the more quality loss. It's who is going to be the better matchup, who's taking the crown at the end of the day once again.
Who's getting 20 points to start the second qualifying process. It's First Killer with the opening goal as Gen.G continues their momentum after winning 4 straight over the Snowmen in the semis.
Oh man, right. We saw Gen.G play the Snowmen earlier today. It did feel like a little bit of a slow start for them, I will be honest. And there was one person I had my eye on. I was waiting to see them wake up, and it was First Killer. We didn't see the First Killer that we usually all know and love and are terrified of on the field. And for an early goal to come out like that, that could be a huge sign for Gen.G going up against G2 right now.
Chronic beaten out by Beast Mode there, so apparently Jack will restart the attack. Beast Mode and Jack both after this ball that falls right to First Killer. From the ceiling, Chronic waiting on the weak side. Can't gobble up the rebound just yet, had to wait his way over to the side. Now Beast Mode has this one all the way out to midfield, and he might even be able to stay with it. That demo from Atomic taking out First Killer, critical for G2. Allows Daniel to just go right after Chronic, and they didn't really have a backup plan for that, as Gen.G's all over it.
Yeah, it was more to just kind of leave that one there. This does look like the start of a plan, though, from Gen.G. It was an attempted pass, but Atomic intercepted it. Daniel just trying to slow things down. I think Beast Mode wanted to bail him out, but he's got other plans. And right now, G2 just kind of lurking like sharks, waiting for the opportunity to take a shot. Daniel took his, but it was wide.
Well, Daniel can bring that back down central. He did, but First Killer read it all the way, and he stopped Beast Mode charging in. Now all the way around the corner, it's Atomic from his own lane. And that's intercepted by Chronic, so G2 slowed down just a little bit. Not enough to make a big difference. As Daniel has to climb the ladder for this, and waiting for him the whole time was Chronic, and that nearly connected with First Killer screaming across.
That was a rare miss indeed, but there's still a long way to go between these two squads. 2:47 on the clock here. Daniel over into the corner where Atomic was, but it's low boost for him. Most he can do is try and make a challenge on Jack, and he does, but Jack's gonna carry this one down to himself. Tries to get past beast mode, can do so, but Daniel was waiting, and now enough boost in the tank to try and carry through, but First Killer's done such a great job, along the likes of Gen.G, of stopping G2 in their tracks, and that's what you gotta do if you're them, because shots like these are gonna come very, very often throughout the series.
Apparently Jack having to deal with a lot of chaos around him, but he still made the stop. G2 threw the house at Gen.G and came up empty. That good back pass, very calm under pressure, and then Jack just sits there and just lets Beast Mode get the demo. Now Chronic will give way to Jack. Big shot is saved away by Daniel.
We've got just under 2 minutes to go, and Gen.G have managed to hold on to a 1-goal lead here. Every effort has been shut down. Right now, that's all you gotta do. It only takes one to win at this point. No boost in the tank for Beast Mode. This one gets sent off mid. It's enough time for him to find something. He's trying to get in position. His Chronic comes from the ceiling. This one down, it's gonna float. Jack not in position, so Daniel over to Atomic. This one touches twice, heads towards net. First Killer with the save, but the demo sends him back. And here comes G2. Efforts don't stop here, and neither does the pressure.
A big shot from Daniel. That one's saved away as well. And G2, again, they've had plenty of opportunities. Jack just got there ahead of Beast Mode, but still have nothing to show for it except a truckload of shots and a 2-goal deficit as well. 6 shots, 6 near misses, and then Gen.G does this on the other half.
What happened here? It looked like it was just like an awkward bump on Daniel a little bit, and then Atomic just also awkward as well. Positioning just not in the favor of G2, but what is in favor is Gen.G right now, up 2 goals, nothing answered to. You got a minute left to go. And again, I'm sure this is very reminiscent of what we've seen every time these two have matched up.
Oh, the double to get downfield, but again, just repelled back to the center line, and apparently Jack will dump it in and force Beast Mode to work from his back half. First Killer, second touch, dish that off to the side. Atomic and Daniel are both there, so they can't pass to each other. Beast Mode's nowhere to be found as well. He's finally there at the midfield, but it's all desperation for G2. They do at least avoid conceding a goal there. And a chance now with Jack a little awkward at the back. But again, Chronic recovers, and Gen.G tap dance their way out of trouble, and Chronic will put game 1 away.
Listen, there's a player that I talked about in the first Gen.G series of the day against Snowmen that I think deserves a little bit more credit than they've been given, and it is Chronic. He has such playmaker capability in these high pressure situations that have been going down for this team this weekend. He's definitely one to keep an eye on. As far as Gen.G is concerned, 8 seconds left here on the clock. It is probably too little too late at this point for G2's stride. Most you can do is head into game 2, head held high, knowing that it wasn't a bad matchup. It just was a very clean game from Gen.G.
It's a demon that G2 has not been able to exercise as of late. Again, the last 3 matchups have gone to Gen.G. Granted, for the most part, those have been best of 5s. Still, the fact remains, it's gone to Gen.G, as does game 1 here, as they outshoot G2 7-6, and without Daniel's 5, you're looking at 7-1. They don't get any offensive contribution out of Beast Mode. He had a couple decent looks, but just could not break free. We look back at the Gen.G Mobile 1 high performance replay as they pick up a 3-0 shutout. It was a little awkward a couple of times, but all that matters is Gen.G off on the right foot to kick off this grand final.
I think what makes this matchup so interesting, again, is just the fact of how many times these two have faced off in a grand final. It almost is like, what do you change? What do you do differently, right? Because fact of the matter is, G2 in recent times hasn't come out on top as far as Gen.G is concerned in these head-to-heads, and they didn't. I don't want to say didn't look their best today, but G2 definitely wasn't playing at their peak So for Gen.G to be coming in like that, you know that you're able to walk in with your head held a little bit higher than you normally see them.
Well, for any team to get to a point like this and then ultimately win, yes, you're going to have to win some where you're not at your best. Both teams have done that throughout this tournament. So they're sitting here now in the grand final. Somebody is going to walk away with 20 points, and they'll be in the driver's seat trying to qualify to go to Landon 3.0. It's Atomic to kick things off for G2, feeding Daniel. He might have barely got a piece of that. I couldn't tell if he touched that or not. I don't think he did. And it falls to Beast Mode to score it on the doorstep.
There you have it. The game plan coming through, early pressure, and like you said, yeah, there was no touch on that one. I think it was just a really solid cleanup there from Beast Mode and G2. Early game lead, which is what you want to see if you're a G2 fan, or at least if you're Bates.
Right. That's going to be unbearable if we allow them both on the desk at the end of this. But for now, the real stars of the show doing battle here on Forbidden Temple. Chronic going to send one out. He's got Jack in support, but he's intercepted by Daniel. And he opts to drop one off to Atomic. Beast Mode can't get the follow-up because Jack got one extra touch coming out of that corner. And then he can send this downfield and maybe try and force a double commit. G2 was bunched up a little bit in front of the net. Now this drops down in front, and Daniel can collect it from Beast Mode.
He's going to carry this one towards the net over one. Can't quite make an angle on it. First killer anticipated it and sent him off. Great transition here from Gen.G. We're going to see who's going to be behind. It's going to be Jack to finish the follow-up there. Pass over to Chronic, shot just wide, and Daniel will carry this around the corner. Hopefully trying to get the transition there for G2. They do. They take a wide shot. It's actually passed first, and it's it.
Just like that. I mean, look at it. There are 5 cars all bunched up there. The only one who's not in that big cluster is Beast Mode because he's stuck at the back. Well, you've got all 3 members of Gen.G there. You can't really be surprised that that one ends up behind them in their net. A huge defensive breakdown out of Gen.G, and it gives G2 a 2-goal lead. Now Chronic looking to cut into that lead. Got the flip reset. This is dropped back towards Jack, but cleared out by Daniel.
Comes Atomic. Again, it's low boost for this one, but still, even on low boost, G2, what they are really good at is still being able to start those transitions over the mid, and they do so again. Daniel collecting that corner there, try to keep it forward, not quite able to do so as best as he would have liked. Instead, it's first over to Jack. No connection made on this ball, and it falls to the hands of Daniel.
Yeah, Jack just up a little too slow for a shot that was just shot out of a rocket launcher to him. So now, I center, Daniel for a 3-goal lead, denied by first killer. Follow-up, ricochets around. That one denied as well. Actually, that might have been Beast Mode after picking up the demo on Jack. I mean, Jack was in the right spot, and Beast Mode picking up the demolition didn't actually clear the way. Unlucky for G2, but the lead still remains 2. Gen.G trying to get one back here. That's denied by Atomic and friends and cleared out as well. And once again, you see 2 people beaten by just 1 as Atomic centers, but a clear outlet to first killer, denied by Beast Mode. Nothing in front.
Let's see, can G2 keep this one going? Their offense has picked up massively. Defense looks incredible, but same can be said for Gen.G now. Here comes first killer, trying to get challenged by Beast Mode. This one becomes a dead ball and instead pans forward, upfield. No boost in the tank means Atomic can clear over to Daniel from the mid, pass down, back to him, back and forth to try and bob and weave through the defense towards this net. They're inching their way there, but it's apparently Jack to send them back momentarily because none other than Chronic, that is the player, again, to keep your eyes on. He has been everywhere all at once for this squad, just keeping everybody at bay for the most part.
Everywhere, all at once. Chronic trying to set up first killer, blocked by Atomic. And it's G2 playing the role that Gen.G played in game 1. Frustrating the opposition, stifling them at midfield. And now taking a bunch of control here. Atomic doesn't have any boost in the tank, but he's still able to get around apparently Jack. Daniel runs forward, and now first killer can run up, and oh, he got spun out there. Otherwise, he might have run onto that ball and had a pretty wide open shot. So now Atomic will bring it across. I'll tell you what, it's been very awkward for both these squads. Apparently Jack lets one rip in the final minute. Gen.G's on the board.
There you have it. It was an attempt to get this one out, but First Killer's touch was a perfect setter over to Jack, and the placement and speed on this one was just too much for G2 to catch up with.
So they get one back. 54 seconds could be an eternity here. First Killer, all by his lonesome. Send it all the way across. Chronic is there, intercepted by Beast Mode, but that's why Jack is back. Chronic waiting across the field. Jack will take the shot himself, and Daniel will not relinquish any kind of a rebound. Rejects that effort out of the corner as well. This kicks back in front. Daniel and Beast Mode both jump, but Atomic will stabilize things here in the final 30. Apparently Jack, though, full tank of boost. Daniel's got to be real careful, and he is. Didn't have a lot in the tank, but he had enough to get that out of harm's way.
This is a massive clear for G2 to waste time that right now Gen.G desperately want. Big bump there, crazy demo to open up a path, but this ball gets sent all the way back, floats into an open net, and G2 gets security in game number 2.
50 goes through, Daniel's right there. It went perfectly for G2, and Daniel puts game 2 away, similar to how Gen.G closed it out in the closing seconds of game 1. So back and forth, these two juggernauts of North America go. It seems, again, impossible to imagine a world where they both aren't playing in London. The upper hand belongs to you, the fans, who are getting treated to another classic grand final.
This is just, I mean, at how many times can you match up and get the same result, though? That's what I want to know. Like, when do things start to swap around and we get something funny between these two? I want to say like a sweep.
I don't know. I don't know about any
possible
funny
anymore.
business between these two squads. They're so evenly matched. I mean, they go the distance nearly every time they play. I mean, listen, G2 against everybody else is 5-0 on Champions Field, but a couple of times they've lost in Game 5 or 7 so far this season, it has been to this Gen.G squad. So somebody has finally found a way to have their number, but will that continue? Saw that demo there by Beast Mode that looked like it was going to open the door for G2 to firmly walk away with that game. Then shortly after, apparently Jack at least made it a game until that game winner, or rather that one that salted it away from Daniel in the waning seconds. So one apiece. 3 goals has been the magic number. 3-0 for Gen.G in game 1. 3-1 the scoreline in game 2 for G2. That's quite the response. What do we have now as we go to game 3 on DFH Stadium? Gen.G and G2 in a best of 5 now.
Back into kickoff we go between these two squads. We've seen it a million times, and like I said, does something new happen here, or is it the same as it's always been? Well, for G2, the same as it's always been has been nothing but wins these past few days here, and they're trying to keep it that way. As Beast Mode carries this one around to the corner. He spots Daniel, takes his time, can't get past First Killer though.
Daniel will circle around on this one. He's got Beast Mode coming across, but the demo from First Killer opens things up for apparently Jack to lead the counter for Gen.G. How long will that counterattack last? About this long. Beast Mode shot. Daniel trying to run interference as well, but instead has to run underneath and settle for a boot steal. Chronic did make the stop. So now Beast Mode up ahead to Daniel. He's got options. Opts for himself. He's got Atomic waiting out in front, and apparently Jack feeds that to First Killer, and Gen.G strike first in the blink of an eye.
Oh man, that happened probably faster than anybody would have anticipated as far as G2 was concerned, and on target it goes. An uncontested 1-goal lead for Gen.G. Every time we've seen somebody take that first goal, they have won that game in the series. So this could be interesting. Does Gen.G hold on to it for the rest of the game, or does G2 actually manage to come back and break the curse?
How appropriate that we started using a coin to start predicting contests, because between these two squads, it really does feel like a coin flip. Beast Mode trying to run through. He got a piece of 2, but nobody else was running forward. That comes off a challenge from Daniel, and it at least required First Killer's attention for a moment. Now beast mode. Decent challenge in the corner. Daniel to center. Atomic coming on. And apparently Jack rolling one that he couldn't get enough pace on. Beast mode barely making the save.
That was just in the last moments of time to be able to save that one, but the pressure doesn't stop here from Gen.G. Jack is already up, trying to keep this one going. Instead, Atomic's got other plans. Back pass over to Chronic. He's going to carry this one over that midfield. Huge play here. It's a spot over to First over to Chronic. Not a second touch off of that one to keep that one going in and through. Instead, it's a transitional attack from G2 Stride, but First Killer to stop it in its tracks.
That was a clever passing play, similar to what they did to Snowmen, but G2 are no Snowmen. First Killer, though, will score here. Everybody got demolished on the side of G2. You see the one beat in the backfield. Atomic just plays that one laterally. He didn't have a solid play on it at all. The demo behind the play again. It's First Killer adding to his tally, make it 3 goals in the series and a 2-goal lead here in Game 3.
He is 2 for 2. That is exactly what you want. If you are Gen.G, you want a First Killer on 100% right now. Because that is a terrifying person to go up against. Abjack, Lobos in the tank, but still manages to carry this one down to the ground. First Killer up next, spots beast mode, tries to bounce it up. Follow up from Chronic, doesn't follow through quite yet, but pressure gonna be sustained for now as Abjack's up in the air, carries this one over. Low boost for Atomic means this one could float down in the hands of a Gen.G player, and it does exactly that, but no dunk to be found.
G2 have looked just a little bit slower than usual here defensively in this third game, as Gen.G have kind of whipped the ball around the field. Chronic will serve one up for First Killer. He's got apparently Jack in the midfield, but he's also got beast mode to contend with. Up very early for that ball. Daniel running forward as well. That falls right to Chronic. And as Gen.G often does, they spread out and can work downfield very quickly. They got G2 pinned for just a moment, but that's rejected back out. And Gen.G have to start from square one again, but they do have the 2-goal lead. They don't really have to force the issue, but every second they spend on offense here is the second they're not spending defending this 2-goal lead. Atomic trying to run interference. There's nobody to hit. They're already up in the air.
Speaking of in the air, it was beast mode. A little awkward on this one. Leaves it down for Atomic to carry it through, but it's low boost for everyone on the end of G2 Stride right now, which means it's keep away time for Gen.G Mobile 1. Daniel tries to send this one up. Not on target. Everything just seemingly wide at all times. This could be an opportunity, but it's too slow, and Gen.G gets back in time. Another shot from Daniel. Atomic not in position. He tried to turn around fast enough, but instead it's Gen.G that turn around just faster. And it's back and forth, somebody trying to take the reins off this ball, and it's been G2 trying numerous times, but everything has just been off.
They've had plenty of chances. That one out of reach of beast mode. Final 30 seconds. Look, G2 has had all the pressure, but they have not found the net. They haven't found the target much at all here in this closing minute. This goes all the way across, back into G2 territory only for a moment. They're not out of this game, just the way they've had this pressure here in the final minute. But they've got to score here with a chance at a kickoff goal to tie, and they get what they need. Beast mode with 6 to go.
You said they had to score here, and that's exactly what they did. Daniel, just enough to open up an opportunity for Beast Mode to score. They do so 6 seconds. You need something off of the kickoff. They're capable of doing it. They send one off. Atomic puts it up into the sky. Beast Mode back over to Daniel. Enough boost to carry this one through, but a demo could land this into the hands of First Killer. It does. Beast Mode carries. He spots Daniel. He's low on boost too. Gen.G want to kill it, but the pinch keeps the ball in play.
That will finally kill it. That was a tough job by Beast Mode to keep that ball in the air. There was one demo on the play right after the kickoff, and then you saw the attacker sweep around and try to take out Beast Mode as well. He had to pump the brakes, then pre-flip forward just to try and get under that ball, but there's nobody on the weak side. So G2's comeback effort falls just a skosh short, and Gen.G take one back. They're up 2-1 in this best of 7.
Oh man, I think back to the Bates and Daz debate that was going on, and they were like, yeah, but like Gen.G has like been taking G2 down every time that they faced off recently, and then the debate was, well, G2 made the grand final in LAN. At the end of the day, you can be incredible against everybody. You can be Superman, but somebody has to be your kryptonite. There's got to be that one team that just makes things feel almost impossible, and that's what Gen.G is to G2.
Regardless of the result here in this grand final, one thing is very obvious. These are unquestionably the two best teams in North America. Whether it's 1 and 2 or 1A, 1B, however you want to rank them, it's these two right here, and then everybody else is down here. So now we go to a fourth game. See if this turns into a 2-2 series. Both teams, of course, still have their timeout in their pocket. We go on now to Utopia, who will blink first in this particular game.
It's kind of interesting, you know, not seeing G2 take the timeout yet. We saw them utilize their timeouts in their last series against SSG quite often. I'm curious if they would rather just wait until match point, or if they would just play through and see how it goes, right? Because really, what do you talk about at a time like this that hasn't already been said before? I'm sure G2, of all teams, came into this with a massive game plan, very much anticipating meeting up with Gen.G here once again. But I don't know, flip side of things is Gen.G probably just planned a little bit harder. It was ready.
Oh, first killer up towards the crossbar. Apparently Jack tried to bring that one out of the corner, nothing doing. And Beast Mode and Atomic are both forward. It's Beast Mode that takes charge. And first killer wise to the play, but he apparently Jack coming from the backboard. So that's a lot of wasted boost. Gen.G doesn't have much left, and Beast Mode picks him apart.
That's a huge leading goal to find here in this game 4 right now. Drop down over to Atomic, but for Beast Mode to find the angle off it and just barely get around first killer, that is a huge, huge step in the right direction for G2.
So G2 does strike first after, I want to say, a rare miscue defensively out of Gen.G, but they've been surprisingly common in this grand final. Seen them bunched up quite a bit. Seen some double commits, a little bit of hero ball. Uncharacteristic of this squad for sure. Now Daniel. Atomic will follow the play. It falls back to Beast Mode. He's going to dance around Chronic. First killer's up there too. But it's apparently Jack that has to guide that out to the corner. Not out of harm's way, though, by any means, are Gen.G, as this stays deep in Gen.G territory. Beast Mode with a lot of space, and quickly closed out by first killer.
I love this from G2 right now. Pressure is just extremely consistent, and that's what you got to do. Look at this. Multiple bumps from Daniel still isn't enough to get Gen.G off of their backs. They are still defending everything that comes their way. And in a decent clear there to give them a little bit of breathing room, but Chronic already sitting back, waiting, ready to go. But it's Chronic that's got the bail and the save. This one pinches on the ground, but first killer to clear.
Oh, Beast Mode chasing first killer, but he's able to recover after avoiding disaster. Daniel trying to center for Beast. That doesn't happen, but look at where G2 are. They're all bunched up in the corner, and Gen.G's going to come away with possession, at least briefly. Again, you're seeing just a lot of awkward comms here out of Gen.G and G2. This time, apparently, Jack will clear at least out of danger for the moment. Now, this is not the level we expect out of these two teams. First killer just has a sitter right in his lap, and it's a tie game.
Man, you talk about, you know, this isn't quite the level that we are used to seeing these two teams at. This is at least a reminiscent play of the Gen.G we know and love and we've seen all season. A great little passing play between those two right there. Tied game at just over 2 minutes on it. Is there about to be a lead off this one? No, it's a Chronic goal line save there. Attempted pass. Daniel back over Atomic. Appjack's gonna intercept this one, but Beast Mode's got other plans. Tries to get the beat out off the ceiling and carries this one down, but Chronic again, huge little half clears for Gen.G to just really hold G2 back enough not to score.
We said earlier, we're looking for a winner, and somebody's going to win this tournament, but somebody's going to survive this game more than they're going to win game 4. This is kind of ugly between these two squads, and still tied 1 apiece with less than 90 seconds. First Killer dumps that back out to the corner, and apparently Jack has it downfield as far as Daniel, who will play around him. And now Daniel leaves that for Atomic. Bank out towards Daniel. They crisscross in front. It's Beast Mode to line up a double, deflected away by Chronic. And First Killer's down there just in case Atomic wasn't sure-handed. Chronic waiting for a mistake. There might have been one. It dropped it right down to him, but finally Atomic right back down the middle, and that forces Gen.G's attention defensively.
Every time G2 seemingly get this big clear, they're not able to transition off of it as fast as I think they would hope to. Instead, it's Gen.G just catching them up in the air and turning this into their possession very, very quickly. 41 seconds left to go. This ball's gonna clear out back into the Gen.G side here. That's a huge boost collect from First Killer. It means he's gonna be able to carry this one all the way across. You see Daniel lurking. Jack's just gonna push him out of the way for that one, but that pinch could be massive if Beast Mode could have gotten there back in time. Instead, we stay tied for now with a Gen.G clear up field.
He's trying to get on top of that ball too to drop it down to Daniel. Instead, Daniel very wisely racing back quickly. Beast Mode, second touch. No, he's gonna leave it for Atomic. And Chronic is there to make the stop. Overtime is looming here in game 4 unless somebody can break away in the closing seconds. Chronic for the win, bounces away courtesy of Daniel. Gen.G will give it one more look, but we go to sudden death.
Massive savior save from Daniel in those last seconds there, and a huge shot off the kickoff from G2. Daniel's not gonna stop this one. He gets past one, not past Chronic, and there it is, the pass over to Appjack. The attempted path clear from First Killer, the demo coming through, Chronic to turn around, try and slow things down, and Gen.G on their way to take their first threatening shots of this OT.
You gotta tell G2, you're allowed to stop First Killer from doing whatever he wants to do. He was able to just run free through the G2 half for a good 5 or 6 seconds there, and he almost wreaked a lot of havoc. Here's Atomic as G2 breaks out. First Killer there to dump that back for apparently Jack. You won't have the corner boost though as Atomic stole it away. And now Beast Mode looking to center after the turnover from Chronic. Nothing doing at all. Chronic to apparently Jack. Intercepted and back and forth they go at the center line, waiting for someone to blink in overtime of game 4.
You can see First Killer back. What I'm noticing is a lot of Gen.G does keep one person back, just kind of messing with that third man, but same could be said for G2. Trying to go and clear a path there. There's Daniel upfield already trying to go, but he retreats. And Atomic's ball touch stays corner. This one over to Jack. Gen.G taking their time, reset to get over one. Chronic's up next, off the backboard. First Killer, he's coming through, off the ceiling and down, and Beast Mode clears this one.
He's gonna leave that for Daniel too. Of course, the Beast Mode Daniel connection for so long has been so great. The ZO2 have Jack and Chronic, but it's First Killer that nearly stole the show again. Looking for his 5th goal of the series to lead all scorers, but instead, it's back on defense now, having to duck inside the net to avoid contact. Beast Mode bringing it across, Atomic shot, serve it up for himself, center ball, Daniel, not happening.
It's not gonna stop here though. Demos coming out from all sides of the field right now. Atomic low boost. This one bounces up. Daniel to collect. Can he get a double or at least a second touch to set up any of his teammates there? It's actually Jack's touch that leaves it in Beast Mode's possession for now. And Chronic's gonna try and take it away. Daniel though, other plans. He just continues to keep this in the hands of G2 for as long as he possibly can. First Killer can't even bail them out and get them out of their own half right now.
Atomic did a great job slowing down First Killer. They might be rewarded with an OT winner. Oh, the shot from Daniel goes wayward. Atomic went to the outside, stopping First Killer from getting to the wall and trying to create out of the zone. But in the end, it is First Killer who gets his, and Gen.G are one win away from slaying G2 again.
You can't stop First Killer. If there is a player to come in clutch when it needs to happen, it is 9 times out of 10 him. You know what? I can't say I'm not surprised.
Well, you know who's surprised right now? Tyler Bates. You know who might also be surprised? G2. That's why they're taking a timeout here, because you can't take it with you into the next event. So down 3-1, G2 will use its timeout as Gen.G are in fact on triple match point. Chance to close things out here in 5 on the other side of this TO. You know, one thing we talked about with Chrome after Gen.G's semifinal win was about the team's emotional maturity, how they're able to take feedback and not kind of fold under pressure, and they can take some criticism and react to it, and they respond very well. That's something that G2 has had as one of their strengths as well. Sathu also very much a no-nonsense kind of coach, and it's great to see 2 coaches who have very similar styles get their teams into the finals, because so often we talk about teams' mentalities, Herc, and you know, when somebody says the wrong thing, all of a sudden maybe you get the sense that a team might fold. These 2 teams have the mental fortitude to avoid that. Now, G2 has to put it together to come back from down 3-1.
I absolutely agree. I think these are 2 of the most mentally tough teams out there, which is what makes them work so well. I don't think I can't really name many other teams where you can say that all 3 players are on the same level as far as mentality goes, which could make situations like this so interesting, right? Because G2 being down, having to come up 2 just to match them and tie Gen.G right now, that's a really big challenge, but same can be said for Gen.G. You're sitting on match point. You know you have the upper hand in this one. The question is, who's the first to break?
Just a quick aside on the Sathu front, how much I rate him as a coach. You know, the high school team that I run back here kind of had a mental block that they couldn't get over last year. So I invited Sathu in to kind of have a chat with them and talk things through. They ended up winning their semifinal match against an opponent that had kind of had their number, had our number. And I credit Sathu with a lot of help there, getting over that hump. Now he's got to do it with his team with much higher stakes here. Again, 4 points don't seem like a whole lot, but nothing is certain. And of course, the payday at the end of all of this as well. Clinching opportunity for Gen.G to try and close out G2 again is underway at the Aquadome.
There you have it. Game 5 officially has begun. This one all the way back. Thankfully, Beast Mode way deep in that third there, able to get the pass over to Atomic off the backboard. Follow up from Beast Mode, and there you have it. G2 Stride begin their comeback.
Atomic has made a career out of being one of the best setup men in the world. 4 assists. That 4th one gives Beast Mode his 4th goal and a 1-0 lead in a must-win game for G2.
First Killer trying to do what we've seen so many times before, send that ball to the backboard, but for now, G2 are anticipating it a little bit more than they were before. 30 seconds into this one, again, G2's got their starting lead off of it, looking to turn it into 2, but apparently Jack's got a save and wants to put a stop to that immediately.
Of course, sometimes you're just throwing the ball at the net, hoping something good happens. Maybe Gen.G will kind of give you a juicy rebound. That one not very well handled on the side, but Beast Mode couldn't get it cleanly, so it comes right back into G2 territory. So Daniel's got to be careful with apparently Jack shading him. And it's First Killer who has his pocket picked by Beast Mode, but it's well wide and no threat to Gen.G this time.
There were a couple of really good beats there from G2. They just weren't quite able to close out the ending of that play, which is a little bit concerning. I mean, especially when you're down on match point, but it doesn't matter if you're down by 1 or if you're down by 2. If Beast Mode is the one solo playing for your team, you know you are in good hands.
Just on a different level when he's on. Make it 5 goals now and an assist for Beast Mode in this grand final. Now first killer going to work, trying to get Gen.G back on the board. It's very ambitious at that point. They're going to need to do it as a team. Solo efforts will not beat G2 if they're playing like this. Beast mode, second touch, actually threw Atomic for a loop. First killer, second touch is well off the mark. But Gen.G remains on the attack. Chronic trying to find a window for Appjack to shoot through. And instead it goes across out towards midfield, and Beast mode has to let that one drop. They had to play the slow game there because Gen.G had the upper hand and maintains it. For first kill at a center now and cleared away again.
Yep, great attempt to get the clear out from Daniel. Unfortunately for him, Gen.G continue to just stop things in the mid. But this time, G2 looking a little bit more successful on that transition there, although it does get sent back. This one down over to Appjack. Flick over one, not past Daniel though. Maybe Chronic, our first killer, could be a little bit more successful on that one, but nothing seems to be enough to stop Daniel from getting in your own half.
Oh, that's a great play set up there between first killer and Chronic, because they knew G2 was at least going to have one back. It still doesn't matter. Scoreline still reads 0 for Gen.G trying to close out the series. Beast mode to try and center this ball. Going after first killer, couldn't get him on his way out of the net. And Gen.G can break out looking for their first goal of Game 5. Chronic with a good win, gives way to apparently Jack, and Atomic just waves his finger, says no thank you, and back come G2.
As this ball heads over back into that Gen.G half, G2, you just pretty much are doing everything in your power to hold on to this lead. You don't even want to let them into your side. You can clear this out to no man's land. As long as you continue to ping pong this ball back into that orange half, you're pretty much safe, but there's a safer way to win. It's just to continue to score on Gen.G time and time again. It was Daniel off the backboard, and great finish there from Atomic.
Yeah, occasionally he scores too. His first goal of the series, Atomic, might have put things out of reach already for Gen.G. They just have not been very threatening at all. They do not have a shot on target. That will register as one, and Beast mode saves it away. So finally Gen.G have something in that column. They don't have any saves, and of course they certainly don't have any goals or assists. They like to change that as this ball ricochets around. Now Chronic is up. Appjack down in front. Nobody to pass it to him. And Atomic can maybe get one more to get away from apparently Jack. Daniel lobs it out, and Gen.G find themselves right back on their own half.
There you are, having to defend it time and time again. It's not going to stop here, though. Floater down over to Beast mode. That was so nice, the way he spotted him around the defense. But to leave that, it's just the tiniest touch to place that ball into the hands of Beast mode and go up 4-0.
Just like, which way did he go? It went that way. 103, G2 in the driver's seat in a game that, again, that they had to win to prolong this grand final. First killer can just watch as Daniel clears that effort away, and it almost went through Chronic into the net. Now Chronic and first killer both up. It's a lot of my turn offense now, and it has turned into garbage time in Game 5. G2 can take a big sigh of relief here and kind of play out this last minute as little more than a formality. Beast mode shot requires first killer to make a stop, and G2, the only question now is not if they'll win, but by how many. At least 5 as Atomic adds another.
Oh my goodness, not once but twice have I seen 2 shots come out of G2 from a fairly nasty angle, but this one from Atomic over Jack is just, it's great. It's clean, it's simple, it's mechanical. 5-0 up, 28 seconds left. This game is, I get terrified when I speak anything like this on Gen.G, but is as good as gone, and you're pretty much headed into game number 6 at this point.
I think they were headed into game 6 a while ago. I think they had kind of accepted their fate and were just trying to get anything, any kind of forward momentum to just feel like, okay, wait a minute, you know, this isn't a boogeyman at all. G2 certainly feeling like they've made some progress. A team that has had their number has just been shut out at the hands of G2 Stride. 1 down, 2 more to go.
And from what I'm seeing, we're gonna be getting our first Gen.G timeout. And oh man, I think back to what Wave was talking about, how he flip-flopped over, and it was pretty much due to the fact that we saw G2 adapt and come back against SSG, especially when they were getting kind of caught off guard by throughout that series there. I think Gen.G is starting to recognize that the same thing is starting to happen again.
It is starting to happen. I mean, Gen.G had 2 shots on goal. They came in the final, like, minute and a half, I think. They were utterly dominated in that game. Now, granted, it's only 1 game. Gen.G has used their timeout, so a rare case where the 2 teams use timeouts in back-to-back games. Gen.G is not facing match point on the opposite side. They still got another closeout opportunity before this would go to Champions Field, where, again, they do have a couple of wins over G2 on that field. So I don't think that they're going to be feeling much pressure at all. I don't think either team is feeling a ton of pressure per se. I know that G2 is feeling very comfortable after dropping 5 on Gen.G's head tops and seeing Gen.G do nothing about it for the better part of 5 minutes.
I absolutely agree. I think G2 for sure had Gen.G figured out and read almost like a book is how it felt at times throughout that game number 5. But the real question that I think everybody's trying to ask themselves is, does Gen.G correct what was going on, or did G2 figure them out enough to take them to Game 7 and finish it all here?
I think the story of this tournament so far for Gen.G has kind of been, as Chronic goes, so too does Gen.G. He's been held to a goal and a couple of assists. Hasn't been a major part of the offense, and they've been okay offensively. Again, you had 7-8 goals in the first 4 games. Great. But you lay an egg in Game 5 where you have a chance to close out a lethal team in G2. They can start to scratch and claw back. Imagine if Chronic can get a couple under his belt here, it could be curtains for G2. Instead, it's turned into the beast mode show. He's got 6 out of the 10 goals that G2 has scored. What will happen on Neo Tokyo?
There is a reason Beast Mode is feared. Beast Mode is to first killer on Gen.G, right? And so if Beast Mode is awake, if Beast Mode is soloing and getting pathing cleared for himself, this could be a whole new ball game for G2 headed into Game 6.
First killer up a little late for that, as Atomic was all over it, and Daniel can wait on the offensive end. That bounces away from him, so who else but Beast Mode to take the shot? It was a pretty weak one, and Chronic was not fooled by it. Good bump, though, to take out first killer. And back downfield goes Gen.G. It is first again on the attack. Not much in the tank, but when has that ever stopped him? Beast Mode, though, gets around Chronic in a very awkward spot, and G2 escape harm for now.
First killer wanted to get over, or under 1, excuse me. But G2 have other plans. It's a big clear out into the midfield here. Apparently Jack, no boost, but enough to send it all the way up. That was a slow floater down. If anybody wants to challenge it, it could be theirs. It was Chronic on the attempt, but it bounces back up over to first.
If I'm Sathu, I'm probably telling the boys, yeah, let's not try that play again. Dropped in front. They still haven't really recovered from that either, as Gen.G has kept the pressure on. Finally, G2 breaks out of the zone. And Atomic trying to read that, but that's well played by Chronic.
Here comes apparently Jack around the corner. Daniel, he's got the capability to do so. Instead, he just gets stopped. Immediate transition from Gen.G starts to ensue. And this one towards backboard. First killer just wants to keep it in possession of Gen.G for now. Apparently Jack not able to make connection. Instead, it's a Chronic shot towards net. Beast Mode clears out mid. And apparently Jack just lurking and waiting, ready to send this one towards that net as many times as possible. A double commit, though, from G2 just to send this one upfield is a questionable plan of attack, but at least it got them out of their own half.
All right, Chronic really flexing his shoulders that time, as he had to put the entire Gen.G defense on his back. Atomic didn't read that one well, and apparently Jack did, and it comes right back into G2 territory. Chronic had to make a great stop on the backboard, and then slam the door shut on the post, as first killer jumps out in front to block that effort, and he can pop that away from an oncoming Beast Mode. So now here comes Gen.G. Who's gonna flinch first now in another closeout opportunity for Gen.G Mobile One Racing? It's Daniel trying to get a piece of first killer. He clipped him at least, ate a demo for his efforts, but it clears the way, and Atomic breaks the tie.
The forced shot forward from Atomic gets bumped by Chronic into it and still manages to push this ball forward and in front of the last defender there. G2 Stride take the opening lead.
1-0, the scoreline for G2, trying to send us to Champions Field, where again they are 5-2 so far this season. The 2 belong to this team, Gen.G. Chronic has first killer waiting for a pass. It got to him, but the shot goes wayward out to the corner. And Atomic just puts himself between first killer and the net, and that's good enough. That shot sails high. Daniel's got it. Atomic makes sure Jack has to jump early. And here comes G2, looking to add to their lead, but not going to on this trip.
What feels like a million attempts at this point. Kind of haven't been as quality as we've seen in the past from, I think it's fair to say, either team at times, but for now, Gen.G, they just want to close this one out. Bar, goal, and down. It's through, it's in. Gen.G have tied up game 6.
A solo effort out of apparently Jack. Just running forward, hope that the car is in the way, and it is as it goes bar down, and Jack gets it on the follow-through. His third goal of the finals ties up game 6. Did you expect anything different between Gen.G and G2? It's going to come down to the wire yet again.
Pressure is not going to stop here, though. G2, they got to fight for their lives here. They've only got one more chance. Gen.G still, they're on match point. They have the upper hand in this situation here. And they're going to try to let G2 know that this is where they want it to end. Off towards the backboard, Atomic tries to make a small clear over to Daniel. This one pinches out all the way upfield. Beast Mode cheated up enough to try and turn this into a play here for G2, but instead Chronic with the intercept and carries Gen.G out of their half.
Atomic very patient defensively there. Confident as well. I think he had support behind him, so it was fine. Chronic just ran out of gas. Now Beast Mode's shot is easily dealt with by first killer. What happens with the rebound? Second chance opportunity perhaps for G2 as Beast Mode will slow it down. He got around Chronic, but not around first killer just yet. He'll bring it back across. Can anybody get a critical 50? That was good one there from Daniel, but Atomic there couldn't quite finish the job. Chronic back the other way. Double drop down in front. We've seen Gen.G do that to great effect quite a bit this weekend, but it doesn't yield any results. Closing seconds of regulation. Chronic, flip reset, nothing doing. Atomic to bring it across. G2 might be content with OT, but one more bounce needed. Beast Mode starting to give it a look. First killer, no, and Beast Mode can't catch up to this. Golden goal again to perhaps crown a champion in this qualifier.
Off the kickoff, this one could seemingly go in favor of Gen.G, but Atomic's got something to say about it. Over to Beast Mode, breaking into their half. Daniel is up off this one. Can he get over first? Not quite. It's a first killer challenge that keeps this one down in the Gen.G possession. But how long will it stay that way? It's still headed towards the G2 half here. Somebody could end it early, or I mean, we could get something reminiscent of what we saw yesterday with the insane overtimes, especially when teams like this are so close in skill.
Well, play along in chat. Let's play the overtime game. Who you got? Atomic, Beast Mode, Daniel, Appjack, Chronic, first killer. If it's any of the latter, this tournament's over. Otherwise, we go to Champions Field as first killer pops one out. And Gen.G, they were kind of bundled up, packed in the net like sardines. Atomic for the win. No, he had to drop it back to Daniel. Very patient play. Beast Mode with the boost steal out of the corner. Daniel let Beast Mode take over. Why wouldn't you? He's been epic in this grand final, but not good enough this time. And now Atomic has to play back to Beast Mode. First killer, the easy save. And G2 has to try again. Daniel, slow play. Atomic will take over. They don't do anything about Beast Mode. He's still roaming free in the zone. But apparently Jack got over him, and the bank is closed down by Daniel.
That was a massive clear there for Gen.G too. Daniel gets stopped in his efforts. Here comes First Killer. He sent it back. Apparently Jack now getting a little bit more active on these plays here, but Chronic is the one to fear at times. It's a shot on target. Daniel to send it off, but pressure doesn't stop. It's an infield back over to Chronic. Intercepted by Beast Mode. 1v1 on him if he could take it. Instead, this ball falls to apparently Jack. Over one. Double tap to go through. Chronic tries to take the shot, and Beast Mode with the save, the angle, the third touch. Nothing can find its way in.
By the slimmest of margins, Beast Mode saved him twice. And now First Killer gives that away to apparently Jack. And after all that, Gen.G has to kind of shake that one off and go, all right, well, let's try again. It's First Killer giving it up to Atomic. Daniel's up very quickly. Atomic to send us to Champions Field.
I would honestly expect nothing less after the sheer amount of saves that G2 had to put up against of G2. It was a quick counter, a quick attack, and now we get to see a Game 7 between the two greatest teams arguably in North America.
1A and 1B delivering another classic in the grand finals. And of course, why wouldn't it come down to Champions Field? One final game to put somebody firmly in the driver's seat, qualifying for London. We look at the numbers. Lots of crooked numbers over there. The key, 2 goals out of Atomic, the second being the game winner. He had 4 assists without a goal to start this series. He has scored 4 goals since at that point. And we look back at the highlights of this second closeout opportunity for Gen.G that they let go by the wayside. Not for lack of effort. Beast Mode had the big save there. Then he shut the door again on the follow-up effort. And then set it up for Massimo, sending us to Game 7, Champions Field. One more game.
This is just probably one of the most fun matchups between these two teams because it never fails to become just a huge amount of excitement and surprises, and you're always on your toes with them. At one point you're thinking Gen.G is completely favored. They figured G2 out, and G2 said no, we are on the comeback. We did it against SSG. We'll do it to you next.
So here we go. Champions Field, final game of this lengthy weekend, especially lengthy Championship Sunday. Daniel will give way to Atomic. Everything under a microscope now at this point. Mistakes could be critical. Even just slight hesitation as Beast Mode dribbles around. Drop that back off for Atomic, but it's easily cleared away. Daniel dumps it back in, and Chronic and Jack both up for that ball at the same time. Watch out for Beast Mode. Oh, what a save!
That was a massive save out from First Killer, but also with the help of his teammate on that one. Gen.G, though, you can't back off now. Pressure's still coming through. Atomic took a shot of his own. It was way wide off that one. But finally, Gen.G can break out, take possession just for a short period of time. But G2, they have defended so much time and time again from this Gen.G squad.
I mean, they're all just tied up in the net. Nobody went, and the shot just went right into them. Very fortunate break for G2, but Gen.G's not done yet. Maybe they are now with Atomic full tank of boost, able to control that ball up at the backboard, and he can play this further downfield perhaps, and First Killer will slow everything down, and Beast Mode will come in to pressure him. Daniel waiting. He hasn't scored in a hot minute in this series, but does have 2 with 4 assists. Beast Mode hangs in the air forever, and First Killer the initial save. Daniel, double tap, bang, bang!
Daniel is always going to be him right under Beast Mode, though. But my goodness, the double to be able to go back and find that angle in it, give G2 the early game lead. This is a massive step for G2 against Gen.G right now.
And First Killer had to expect that he was going to go low with that double effort. Instead, able to get just enough to go high. Now Atomic will try to set up an opportunity for G2 to double their lead, but not this trip. This is way downfield. First Killer pops it up, Chronic was way back. I think First Killer was expecting him to be there, and it almost turned into a goal on the other side. Very fortunate that shot was well wide. Can they capitalize on their good fortunes? No, they cannot. As Appjack runs out of gas, and Beast Mode will just flick one on.
With First Killer way back in that third there, anticipating G2's long clears that turned into those quick counters. Beast Mode off the ceiling under one. This one gets sent back, but Atomic there wants to slow things down off the sidewall. Instead, it's a huge challenge there from apparently Jack, just inching back towards that net time and time and time again. But G2, they don't like being boxed in. We've seen them break out fairly easily. Here's another one of it. Atomic over one. It's a fight against Jack off it, but it's low boost.
This ball could be intercepted by Daniel. That caught a fortunate deflection, and Daniel scores again.
Listen, Daniel thrives in pressure. There's nobody else that does it better at time. This kid has just been such a light to get to watch grow throughout time, and now when it matters most, he is continuing on. He's got what, two for two right now? There's no stopping him.
Listen, when all of these players in this final are on, like really on, there's no stopping them. Apparently Jack has that one go through as well. A rare breakdown for G2 defensively after that win by Chronic, and Jack ends up in an offside position in behind the defense. Everybody was just in a straight line there for G2, and a huge break that this time Gen.G capitalizes on. Listen, there's not much better than watching the best players in the world play in this environment. Game 7, where there's so much on the line for qualifying for London. These 4 points could be critical for either of these teams when we go through the remaining qualifiers. This is exactly what I tune in for.
This is such quality Rocket League. Again, every time these teams match up, it is just the best you can ask for. This one trying to get around here from Chronic. First Killer's up next to follow if he wants. Low boost for the end of G2, except for the likes of Atomic at the moment. But you got less than 90 seconds to go. G2 found their lead. They were on the comeback. This is their game to try and hold on to at this moment as they push into the Gen.G half. Gen.G are the ones to have to fend off the likes of a Daniel hat trick that won't pull through.
Gen.G was on a stretch where they had won 7 out of 6. Got to match point in this grand final. G2 is scoring back with 2 in a row, trying to make it 3 to close it out and reclaim their spot at the top of North America. First Killer and Chronic have some other plans, but they're gonna have to watch Beast Mode play for a bit. As apparently Jack comes up. Nobody's over there for either side, and the Mad Dash won by Atomic initially. Chronic trying to kind of pace that one down for apparently Jack. This ball finding a lot of space, so Gen.G having to burn a lot of boost to get to it. But now only one to beat. First Killer now. Follow-up ties the game from Chronic.
Massive demo, massive play, just nothing but perfection from this squad at times. Tied game at 33 seconds from none other than Chronic, the one that we have been saying, why has he not been in MVP contention throughout the weekend? And he's trying to prove exactly why he should have been in MVP contention. But another person that has MVP capability, Daniel, tried to throw that one forward. Beast Mode up next. This one, free ball for somebody to try and claim, and it's Atomic that gets beat out. A Beast Mode shot goes wide, and 15 seconds, and still it's a tied game.
Here goes First Killer trying to break G2's heart. Got the drop down pass, and apparently Jack was there, but cleared out by G2. Chronic again trying to throw one forward. Watch out for Beast Mode. He could have free reign here. Good clear by First. And we go to overtime again, because why the heck not? Golden goal in Game 7.
Apparently Jack to clear this one into that G2 half, but Daniel wants to slow it down, air dribble it back, reset to push this one forward, but Chronic keeps it out.
What a save by Chronic. Stone cold ice in his veins. And now Chronic will make a quick turn here. He's got Daniel in front of him. Couldn't force it through. Atomic tied up with Daniel for a moment. And that may give First Killer a notion to go for that ball, but instead Beast Mode uses all of his boost. Now Chronic, First Killer trying to get around Atomic. Daniel there to support as well defensively. Daniel got bumped, and the shot here saved away. First Killer got in the way, but Beast Mode had the save lined up.
It's not gonna stop here though. Atomic wants that clear outfield. Daniels only goes mid though. It's a bounce up
No boost.
from the ground. Low boost. Jack could be up next, but it's Daniel to clear out mid. Over one shot is wide. Is there a follow-up to come after? Not quite. It's a team bump though, which could be detrimental to G2. Pass over to one. Jack is in, and Gen.G stay on top.
Gen.G stay feasting. They fend off G2's comeback effort with a team play created by a team bump by the perennial top runners of North America. One fatal error, and it's Gen.G on top in the end. What a finish.
Oh my god, listen, I truly thought G2 was gonna start to find their way back. It looked like they did, but Jack, as the series was going on, seemed to get way more involved on the offensive front, and when it mattered most, like you said, the golden goal, he pushed that ball through the net and let Gen.G continue to be the kings of North America.
20 out of a possible 21 games here this afternoon, and it ends with a little bump out at midfield, and then apparently Jack with the overtime winner. We look back, and that star over Chronic is probably going to be symbolic later on here as we close out our show. He's the MVP of Game 7. For my money, probably the MVP of the tournament. He was absolutely brilliant. And we will look back at what was a great 7th game here between Gen.G and G2. Boy, what a series.
That was such an incredible series, and just nothing but just the top and peak of North American Rocket League from these two teams. It's nothing short of fun to watch them compete against each other. It felt like G2 was going to come back, but at the end of the day, we've all been saying it throughout the weekend, Gen.G's been very, very clean, but there's a couple people that want to celebrate this win, and they're on the desk.
Oh, they've been celebrating. They've been celebrating. One in particular has been celebrating pretty hard for a little bit now. Oh, man.
Oh my God, baby. Gen.G win. I gotta put the shades on because the future's looking so bright, baby. My goodness. G2, congrats. I'll give it to you. You pushed us to 7, but when the pressure was on the most, you couldn't close it out. And Gen.G on top. I love what I'm seeing.
Bates, I got one question for you. In your opinion, just as someone that knows ball, who is the best team in North America right now?
You look quiet.
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough, man. I mean, Gen.G's got G2's numbers right now.
They do.
G2. Gen.G's got G2's number, I guess.
Ergo.
I guess Gen.G would be power ranked right now since they just won. Gen.G would be better than them at the moment, bro. I guess.
Man.
I guess.
That is 4 in a row for Gen.G there. I want to talk, Lemon, the defense in that series, though. Let's just talk about how great the Rocket League was. Put the rivalry to the side for a second. Back and forth, some great goals, some spectacular saves. Beast Mode in particular, what a performance.
I'm surprised these two still have vocal cords, because I was watching them in the green room, also in the watch party, yelling, because these saves were jaw-dropping at some points. I mean, we could make a montage off this series alone. These two have gone the distance so many times, at Game 5 in Swiss of Copenhagen, to even the last regional final going the way of Gen.G, as you pointed out. And these guys have been rivals for a while, but Bates says that Gen.G has the number. I'm starting to feel like it's more than that. Like, Gen.G are consistently beating G2 now. What do y'all got to say about that?
I mean, so Bates, my thought, like, it is consistent. Yes, like the numbers are consistent, but man, that overtime could have gone either way. That was like the fact that we were in Game 7 overtime, you know, like, it's what a back and forth. I just love the rivalry. I love how evenly matched these teams are right now.
Too evenly matched. G2 starts off slow as ever. Look at the block by mode right here. Block by mode! Yes, felt like G2 was going to put it away after that point. Yes, felt like they were going to do it right here. Beautiful backflip. Brought on to game number 7. I told Demar, we go to Champions Field, G2's going to have. And then we saw the early beast mode pre-jump from across the map. Ah, the lucky stage, man. Look at them. They're all just flopping in the net. It's just flop, flop, flop.
Oh gosh, listen, G2, they started off strong. You thought the base was talking to me like the game was over. Guess what? It's not over until it's over. 2 minutes, plenty of time for Gen.G to be able to battle back. Jack gets a beat, and first killer. Oh my God, he's one of the best in the world. I absolutely loved it out of him. Can we talk about
These guys are just double committed, left and right, up and down in overtime. Slow down. We gotta play more consistent Rocket League right there. You gave it to him. You gave it to him. That was an intense series, though. That's what we need. We need that back and forth in NA, because that only is going to get NA better for LANs. And Demar, you win this time around, buddy. You win this time. You win this time. I hope you're happy. Hope you're happy. It took a miracle. It took a miracle. We ended up by 2. It wasn't enough. It took a miracle from G. Game and Racing. They did a good job. They're champions. They're champions today. I want to first killer especially. I think he played phenomenal, holding down the midline. And then Jack peaked the reset. Not the reset, the little ground nasty.
I mean, Lemon, like FK had kind of a journey, had a story arc throughout that match too. Started off like the very beginning, first opportunity. The main thing I remember from game 1 was just a massive whiff in front of the net where he could have easily scored. There was a few big whiffs where we're starting to go like, what is wrong with FK? Turns it around in the series, becomes a staple of the back line there to nail it down so that they could get back onto offense. FK had himself a nice little story arc.
Yeah, I mean, he's just always been a star on that team, and we just have the 2 best teams in North America clashing. When things looked a bit hairy in the semifinal, some of us were leaning more Gen.G from just how much better they looked there, but G2 able to bounce back from a Game 7 win to a Game 7 in final. Like, they looked better than the semi. I gotta say, G2 looked like they were gonna come out ahead, and Daz was stressing. I was stressing for him.
It was a crazy one. I'm actually excited to hear from FK himself. He thought about how that match went. Dazrin, why don't we talk to FK?
Let me talk to him. I'm gonna talk to the MVP. First killer, congratulations on the win. Just talk to me. How do you feel? How do you feel?
I feel great, Daz. I mean, we almost threw that, but we got the dub, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, talk to me about those in-between games. Of course, you know, you guys started off, had a 3-1 lead in the series. Then G2 started fighting back. What was going on in terms of the communication from you guys, and how were you able to recover in that Game 7?
I think in Game 5, I think it was, the first game they went after the timeout, we just got like super relaxed. Like our comms weren't as intense. We weren't really like into the game that much because we just felt like we won. Like we just had it in the bag already. So we gave them that game. After that, we just had a talk and we said that like it's not over. Like we haven't won yet, and now we also have a lead, and we know how to play against them, and we just have to, you know, remind ourselves and keep calming and keep telling each other what to do, and at the end we'll just win.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, you guys did take the dub. You played phenomenal through that series. I mean, talk to me about just your performance specifically. Was it just like a different like level of feeling coming into that game, coming into that matchup? I mean, what do you contribute most to your individual success that series? I'm
not gonna lie, I might have looked good, but I didn't feel that good. Like I didn't feel like I was playing that good. But I mean, if I did, then, I mean that's awesome. But yeah.
Hey, listen, I'll take it there. Listen, we were having a bunch of arguments with me and Bates, but we thought you played phenomenal. That being said, though, you guys have had a newer addition on your team with Chrome. What's it been like working with him, and how has he been able to help you guys out?
It's been great. After every game or whatever, he just tweaks some stuff. He'll tell us what to do. Every time we do something wrong, he'll instantly say it. I think with this team, it's really easy for him. Like we make his job easier, I feel like, because we're super transparent, and if we have any issues, we just say it. We don't really, you know, stay quiet or anything like that. So we always know what's going on and how everyone feels, and it makes it super easy for him to just tell us what to do, and yeah.
Okay, and now with this win here, this is going to be the 4th consecutive time you've beaten G2. A lot of people are concerned about whether it's a top 2 region, who's number 1, who's number 2. I mean, what are your thoughts on that matchup? Because you guys seem to go toe-to-toe a lot, and it's always been close matches.
I think right now we have the edge, but I think like we'll always have like a close rivalry. Like we'll always be back and forth. But as of right now, we have the edge. I don't want to say like why or anything, but yeah, right now we're just a little bit better.
Well, I appreciate it, First Killer. Congratulations on the win. Thank you for your time. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to make?
Shout out to my family, my friends, and my teammates.
Big shout outs to everyone. First Killer, again, congrats on the win and go celebrate. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Des.
The story of the tournament coming into today was the Snowmen making top 4. Gen.G put an end to that story and then rolled on to cement themselves at the top of North America. They are your North American Open Qualifier 4 champions. What a game. What a series. We got some good matches. Game 6, 7, and 7 of the 3. Not a single sweep, no 4-1s. Everybody competing here in the top 4.
Yep, and then there's Gen.G squad proving that even if you end up going last in Swiss, you still can make it all the way to the grand finals and get the W.
And a new top 4 as well. Like last regional, it was Shopify or Dignitas or something, and or no, that was Qualifier 1. Sorry, but the fact that Space Station and Snowmen are rising to that challenge, joining them in the top 4. The last top 4 was OG and TSM. I'll correct myself. So, I think there's a lot of hype behind a team like Snowmen, a bunch of young guns that don't have the resumes as everyone else, but building up towards to be a team to fear. And SSG looking into the form that we always wanted them to be, we expected them to be. And being able to creep through into the semifinal, because they always made top 8 consistently, but getting into the semis now in the top 4 gives them more points towards getting to London.
And going to game 7 against G2. Man, what a performance from SSG. They got to feel good. As you take a look at the major 2 points here, these are the points that will qualify these teams through to London. So if the tournament were to happen right now, it would be the Snowmen, Space Station, G2, and Gen.G. But we got 2 more qualifiers for teams to accumulate points. You know it's going to heat up and get exciting on this leaderboard. But Gen.G does sit up on top. G2 trailing behind, looking up at him at the moment. So we'll see how things continue here in about 2 weeks when we have the next qualifier. But yeah, this event, what an event so far. What an event so far. It's over. What an event it was. And looking back on the whole thing here, we told you at the beginning of the day that we were going to crown an MVP with the help of Ally. This is the tournament MVP across the entire event. FK, Appjack, they kind of tag teamed a lot of the power there in that final goal in those final moments of game 7. But ultimately, your Ally MVP for the entire event has to be Chronic.
I like this for Chronic. So consistent throughout the entire Swiss event, and going from Swiss, even in the playoffs, Chronic was just definitely someone who always was able to keep the level and the intensity high on the side of Gen.G Mobile 1. Just constantly bringing them back into games when they look down, or just making that impact play. So well-deserved and earned from Chronic.
Yeah, well-deserved indeed. And he even just tweeted out saying it wasn't his best series in the final few games from him. But it's not just him. His teammates both picked it up in the grand final, but he was the main reason they were there throughout the whole entire tournament. Really got better and better throughout the whole entire day. And that's what just happened. Where'd DeMar go? Oh, gosh. I thought he hit a Houdini on us. I thought he got his little Chronic speech, got his little interview with First Killer, got his W, and now he dipped. He didn't want to work no more.
Time to leave. No, I mean, reminder, Gen.G goes to round 5 in the Swiss. Chronic having a career day there. Imagine if he doesn't. There's a world where they don't make top 8. Crazy as it is to think about it, given that they are now the champions of Qualifier 4. So well done to Chronic, and congratulations again to Gen.G. As the season rolls on, folks, we're through Open Qualifier number 4. We got 2 more to go before we make it to London. Open Qualifier 5 will be April 19th through June. No, that's the dates for the whole thing. It'll be in 2 weeks. So if you just take today's date, just put 2 weeks on it. That's when Open Qualifier number 5 will be. But that is not the next thing we got coming up on our stream here. We got a First Touch show on Wednesday. What you guys cooking up? What you guys cooking up for First Touch this week?
Yeah, we got a lot.
I don't want to know.
We got to cook up the G3 highlight package. We got to cook up the G2 and the net package. I mean, we're going to have a lot to talk about. But of course, that's not the only thing going on. I mean, that's what it feels like, right? But, again, also Europe is starting up really soon. So we want to be able to touch on Europe, and everything else is going on around the world. Lots of conversation, lots of Rocket League that's happening. So you want to keep it locked in here on Wednesdays on First Touch.
That's right.
Man, it's going to be a great show, folks. If you want to be in London, make sure you hit up ticketmaster.co.uk. There's still seats available. It's loud. It's rowdy. Section 104 has already got plans. I believe they have a Discord you can go hop in. So if you want to be a part of their plans and shenanigans and chants, it's a great community organization and hallowed grounds for Rocket League, the Copper Box. It's wonderful to be going back there. Could not recommend it enough. We're going to have the kickoff of the European qualifiers starting at 4:30 p.m. Central European Standard Time. That's when the pre-show kicks off. They'll have the games kicking off about 30 minutes after that. That's it for us, though. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations again to Gen.G. We'll see you next week for Europe.
Nice move. Alright, go.
There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. It's not
with you now, and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now and there's nowhere